station.
You've been fast and strong.
You'll get all-time classics like
I got the jam. It's been too long. I'm glad to be fast. Yes, I got the juice. I took two. Tell me, Dr. Fauci, what you want me to do, cause I'm fast.
Enter to win a signed copy of the album by Brian Johnson & Johnson.
I took a fast vaccine during quarantine. It was the worst damn shakes I have ever seen. I'm number
Legendary hits like
quarantine for just 2 weeks. Stay away from me for just 6 feet. CDC will tell you lies. CDC and ignore all your cries. Hell's bells. Oh, Angus, are you alright? A palsy. You're shaking all over. You're shaking. Hell's bells. Somebody call a doctor. Where's Fauci? A palsy. Dr. Fauci, hello. Hell's bells. Hello. Dr. Fauci. A palsy. Hello.
Election time is here, Maine, and you have a choice on the Democrat side between a socialist and a communist. Gee, which one will you choose? And on the Republican side, let's face it, you have washed up, has-been Susan Collins. But what you don't know, you have another choice. And I am that choice. And I have been that choice since announcing last January. People ask, where have you gone? Are you still running for Senate? The answer is this: yes, I am. But in doing so, I had to spend more time getting attacked by the establishment and attacked by the people who said they wanted change, but all they did was condemn, criticize, and judge versus help and get involved. We lost our house, I lost my job, changes had to be made. I still have that house, but we can't afford to live there anymore. The price you pay for doing the right thing. You can't see anything about the campaign on social media. Social media, including X, is a joke. It's not a home for free speech. It's a home for suppression and suspension. As soon as we launched our Senate channel, it was deleted within 12 hours because the establishment fears the voice of truth. If you want to know what I'm doing and the things I have to say, go to VOPUSARadio.com and check out the Dan for Senate channel, and you can see all the videos as to where it began and how we got here. I told you over a year ago what it's going to be, and congratulations. While you were all trying to decide if I was a, quote, real Mainer, the establishment wins again. Your Marxist, communist, socialist piece of crap governor, she's a shoo-in for the Democrat candidate, and Rhino establishment hack is going to be your candidate on the Republican side. You want change? Write in change. Write in Dan Sperglio. If called to serve, I will serve. But I am done sacrificing for people who don't want it. I'm done trying to prove myself to you. What I said over a year ago has come true. So now, your choices are slim. Your state can no longer afford to be complacent and quiet, because you are all complicit if you allow this to occur. If you want the change, write in the change. Vote for the change. I did this because you didn't. Because this country and this state needs a fighter. I'm here and ready to serve, as I have always been. VOPUSARadio.com. I say the things that you're too afraid to say.
Breaking news, conservative activist Charlie Kirk has been killed after being shot in the neck.
Getting more light on the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump.
No Kings demonstrations around the country on immigration.
I invite everybody.
The government shutdown.
It's a government shutdown. It's a government shutdown.
People on the right.
He's slamming Republicans.
Owen Schroyer is leaving InfoWars. You are a backstabber.
Israel.
The two shared a look and a hug, and what followed has become one of the most viral moments of the year.
Y'all know that looks wrong. That looks bad.
The placement of her hand.
They claw.
That they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
You don't have the cards.
So you step 8 worse.
20 surviving Israeli hostages were freed from Hamas. A treasonous conspiracy against the American people, our republic, and we attempt to undermine President Trump's administration.
and we will build a city hall.
Agents were shot at while conducting an immigration enforcement operation earlier today.
They gotta stop being so obsessed with Israel and so obsessed with the Jews. Israel derangement syndrome. I'm not gonna stop talking about it. I'm talking about Israel. Israel. Jewish. Israel.
Why did they call us all
Nazi.
Nazi promoter. Nazi promoter.
Welcome to the next wave of rebellion, awakening, and resistance. Let's rise above the noise. Welcome to Politi-Shock.
This show is loud, crass, in your face, and talks about something no one else will speak of. It's called The Truth. Welcome to Politi-Shock, the show that shakes the very foundations of the establishment. Broadcasting live since 2007, with millions tuning in every week. We're here to expose the lies of the New World Order, the military-industrial complex, Big Pharma, and every corrupt institution trying to silence your voice. This is not safe for work. 1,000% pro-liberty, pro-Trump, and pro-America first. Get ready for 3+ hours of uncensored truth bombs as we tear apart the liberal narratives and the globalist agenda, because we're here to fight back against Agenda 2030 and the depopulation plot that's creeping into our society. Dismantling the lies. This is Politi-Shock. Brought to you by MyPillow.com. Use promo code VOPUSA or call 1-800-822-5206. Now, here's your host, Dan Smariglio.
That should be your wake-up call. Should be mine to start the show on time, too. But, hey, I was only 2 minutes late, so that's not too bad. All right? All things considered, I think I did pretty good. So, what's going on, world? Been an interesting, quiet news week, as always, right? My name is Dan Spiriglio. This is Politi-Shock, coming to you live, the voice of the people, U.S.A. radio and television network, heard worldwide. And last week, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, because apparently we registered with others. Usually that's reserved for our State of Freedom friends. Danielle likes to register with the, quote, others, male, female, and others. But last week, unfortunately, Politi-Shock registered at 1% with other gender. So females rocked it. They beat out the males. Then there were the others in between, and then the males. But over 8 million people worldwide listened to our show last week. How about that, huh? Pretty good for a ragtag little, truly independent organization. I'm proud of it. But I have all of you to thank for it. So thank you. And I hope you're having a wonderful evening. And hello, Jason, Jim, Joe. Hello, everybody. And, I want to make a special public announcement. All right. So I'm not showing my face yet just because. And I decided we're not going to do phone calls this week, but we're going to start the phone calls. You can pretty much count on it. Hey, I'm putting it on the air, so it's public record. Next week, I will open up the phone lines officially. Okay? So it will happen. But over 8 million people. Now, generally speaking, we have between 5 to 6.2 million people that watch Politi-Shock live, watch and or listen. So pretty badass, all things considered, because we don't register on your little social media shit show algorithms, right? We're something else, but that took, 20 years of hard work to make a reality. but still a lot of people tuned in. And the pretty cool part was you stuck with it. So thank you, thank you, thank you. But I have decided that I was going to wait to make this announcement, but I think there's no better way than to show you. Okay? I want to show you. Everything I said last week, I'm practicing for being a politician. Everything I said last week was a lie. It was all a lie. I'm going to tell you, I am a grifter. I'm one of them. I'm not one of they. I'm just one of them. I am the new mainstream media, the Con Inc. conservative media. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. U.S.A. Radio is proud to announce that we are now officially... We are part of the... Fuck that shit. We are the VOP posse, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. The big reveal here. If you want the cleaner version, we'll give you that one. You thought I was going to stick with this piece of shit? Now, it's a shame for the flag and the bird because, majestic. But, we don't associate with pedophiles and pedophile, what were we, enablers or fluff bunnies or whatever? So that's right. Fuck that shit. So it is time for us to announce that the VOP posse has been born. No more war room posse. That bald eagle got an upgrade, ladies and gentlemen. It's gone hardcore. We take over what we don't like. You know why? Because we were there before they were anyway. So while that bloated bitch wants to wail around and go hump faces with Granny Botox fucking Megyn Kelly and Jack Posobiec on his knees in front of him doing what he does, you know what? Doing what they do best and not talking about. They like to talk about going after China. They like to talk about taking down the pedophile rings. They don't talk about the Buddha-esque, dirty-looking scumbag overlord at the top being in the Epstein files and buddies with Jeffrey. So what a good guy. So you know what? It's time to it's not even declaring war because let's face it, they all know we're here. They all know we exist. They all know about us. So I just want to say, not a shot across the bow. It's always kind of been this way. A giant middle finger to all of them. Because the entire war room posse, not the people, but the on-air talent on their wonderful Real America's Voice and whatever. Let me sing it. I couldn't find the song. Hang on. Taking down the CCP. Yeah, did I do a good job? Did I emulate it well? Maybe I should do Alex Jones singing it. Alex Jones is too busy right now. He's focused on World War III. World War III is coming, I'll tell you right now. General Flynn was on today talking about World War III. He's going to go to war with Iran. He's going to go to the war with Iran. And right, war with Syria, war with Venezuela, war with everybody. It's World War III. The end is coming. Ugh. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, people. So I decided that since none of them, their little resident slut whore. What's her name? I don't even know her name. So we're just going to refer to her as slut whore because believe me, that's how she comes across in the media rows as well, like a slut whore. So maybe that may be offensive to whores. I apologize, but she is getting paid to go up there. I don't even know her name. What's her name? The one that wears like the short skirts and shows her breast all the time, thinking it makes her smarter. Like, you were a little late to that game, young lady, but that's okay. You be the hoe of the War Room Posse, apparently. And then we have Mr. Rosary Clutcher, Jack Posobiec, the voice of conservatism. One of the most boring, douchiest, prickiest asshole people I ever met in real life, ever. And I met a lot of them. He's a straight scumbag who thinks he's better than everybody. So, you know what? But all of them, they say nothing. Their overlord being all over those Epstein files. So I don't need to be like the black-pilled woke assholes. I could just call truth for what it is, like, dude, defend yourself, Jabba the Hutt. But you're not. So, and I can get away with saying that because I'm fat. All right. But I'm losing weight. But nevertheless, like literally, how do you go all this time and still say nothing? Still thinking that ignorance is bliss, ignore it and it'll go away. It's priceless. And then you have their other little slut hoe, Emerald Robinson, who's on that other thing, that squeaky little bra saleswoman from the infomercial days. I guess she's known for a few things too. But they all circle, it's absolutely great. They all circle the wagons, but nobody will say anything. So it's kind of bad, and it warrants mockery. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, the VOP posse has been born hard. Yes, we're 20 years into the game, but there's time, ladies and gentlemen, to be a part of the War Room Posse. And what do I mean when I say that? Here's a shout out to the man who's been telling me about it for probably a year now. And I had no earthly clue what the hell he was talking about because I thought I was there already. I thought it was KOFI, but I was wrong. At least I can admit when I'm wrong. So now, that's right. Get ready for the reveal. 3, 2, I'm the same. I look exactly the same. And I still have a virtual background because I haven't set up the green screen yet. So all apologies. Deal with my glowing head. Boom. Okay. So it's going to be what it's going to be. Hi, everybody. That's how I should start every show. Wait 21 minutes before I show my face. But if you see, I don't know where I'm pointing. You see, oh, that's the lack of green screen thing coming in out there. Woo, you see it? It's all glowy. If you see right there, I'm going to say it, buy us a coffee. You too can now donate easily to the Voice of the People USA Radio and Television Network, heard worldwide in 191 countries by over 8 million people. I'm just going to own that number. We might get like 2 million this show, but I don't care. I'm going to own that number forever now. 8 million people every Thursday night. You can go right there. You can scan that QR code or visit that link that you see strolling along the bottom of the screen. And yes, you could donate with ease. We'll have a little pop-up thing on the screen soon enough. We're adjusting the platforms that we're utilizing. Have no fear. StreamYard, overpriced, and still, I mean, they do some good things, but all in all, they suck. So it is what it is. But you see where it says join us, and it says become a member of the VOP posse. That's right, people. We're going to have fun with this. But we're going to do something that I'm not exactly accustomed to, but we're going to open up because all these other bastards, they milk the hell out of everybody. So, when we actually say we need support to continue to expand on what we're doing. We did the hard part already, which cost us, literally hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years. So, that part's done. But now it's the easier things that still require a lot of money and advertising and everything else that we need to raise some funds for. So the Buy Me a Coffee, the PayPal, everywhere that you could possibly donate goes directly into the VOP USA LLC bank account. So it is all noted. It is no personal spending for, I don't know what the hell we would spend on. We don't drink, we don't use drugs, and we're kind of, I'm not going to say we're boring. We're deeper than most of the boring people that live at bars. But nevertheless, we are asking for your help. And now I'm going to give you something for it. So there's membership. You could donate, obviously, with ease, or you could join the tiers. And I will open up the link later and show it to you because that's probably going to be the easiest way. But I think there's 3 tiers on there. And the highest tier, that's $20 a month, because we're really trying to price gouge you here. That one is the VOP Posse. So what we're going to do there are special shows. Yes, we're going to do special posse member only shows where we're going to have like the whole call-in thing, and people could call in and join the conversation, kind of like my boy Josh Bernstein does with his followers and his subscribers and his people. We're going to do something different, but similar. And we're going to do 2 special shows every 2 weeks with all of you. And it's not going to be anywhere else. It'll be exclusive. Everybody have a chance to talk. Everybody be on camera if they so desire. We'll have some special guests, some special shows that we won't air on the big network, or if we do, it'll be like 2 weeks later. And it's going to be pretty cool, among other things. Plus, we also have surprise packages, and we have gifts on there. And Jim Tim, my brother from many, many years ago, are we going to go to our 25th high school reunion? Hell no. At least I'm not, Anyway, but there are T-shirts in there. There are other surprises in there. All homemade T-shirts, might I add, made with, I'm not going to lie, I could act like I did it, but I didn't do it. It was Hollis that made them. She's got way more talent than I when it comes to anything creative, technical, musical, holistic, and everything else. But nevertheless, they're legit. We sold some when we had our event in Maine. We sold some at, I think we sold some. Did we sell them at the Media Rose? I have no idea. Probably not. I don't think we sold anything at the Media Rose. but we had more people than a lot of them. But if you go to that link down there, actually, buymeacoffee.com/VOPUSA radio, if you don't want to wait till I give you the live tutorial, you can go on there and see the perks and see what you get and see the gifts and see everything else and how you could donate. So buy me a coffee. There. That's not selling out. But hijacking the posse thing, abso-freaking-lutely. Why not? Because pedophiles and pedophile enablers, the only good ones are dead ones. That's all I'm saying. I don't wish harm on anybody, but I wish for justice and karma to find you. So take that for what it's worth. So hello, everybody. Now I could finally finish my open. But again, I sent out the notification on the app. I was late because obviously I had a little bit of we had some tech issues, not with our setup, but it's all good. Weather happens. And we sent out the notification to the app. So remember, VOP USA Radio. You could find the app on Android and Apple. You are good to go there. And you could obviously watch us like others are doing on Roku TV. Yes, I'm looking down for a moment. Forgive me. I have to check something here. Okay, I'm done. So you can find us on Roku TV, Fire TV, Apple Plus or Apple TV, whatever it should be, and Android TV. So we're all there. And of course, the website, VOPUSARadio.com. That's where we exist. So there you go. So it's been an interesting week, but the day is entertaining. And I had to mock it, because I just get sick and tired of all these, you know how I feel about influencers. I mean, I did spend the majority of the show last week talking about it, but it's the cracks, right? The cracks. They keep showing. It keeps getting worse, but yet it's like they up their game with their bullshit. And I think it's hilarious. Now, you have what's his face? Who's that Ryan somebody? I don't even know his name because he's literally a nothing to me. He's a former Navy SEAL. Whoop-dee. And he has that show. And he's talking about Trump being demented, and he portrays himself as like this Carol conservative, but he's his boy is Hunter Biden and all that other bullshit. So he's out there. And then you had I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying my best to be nice. So I'm not going to go hardcore yet. But the network is pretty sickening. But you had General Flynn jumping on Alex Jones today, warning the president of the Epstein files, warning and sending out all these messages, and it's never ending, and it's a different conspiracy, it's a different this, it's a different coup d'etat, listen, here's what we know, dipshits. We know there's a deep state, we know they're evil, we know they're retaliating, we know they're going to do bad things, okay? We don't need you to tell us about 75,000 other rabbit holes. We get it, all right? Some of us have gotten it for a very long time. Some newbies have gotten it since like 2015, and some others have gotten it since the last couple of years, a couple months. But now, obviously, you're all experts. So, good. Welcome to the world of opening your mind, right? And seeing things for how they really are. Behold the Pale Horse was not a story of falsities. It was a story of truth, okay? But I digress. It is annoying and nauseating seeing all these people that we're going to war with Iran. It's already happened. And then you have, what's his nuts? Not Dan Crenshaw. There's some other douchebag that does a podcast. Dan Crenshaw should go fuck himself, too. He took John McCain's dick of the eye. That's why it's on. Does that mean? So, I hate him, Rhino pussy. But, you see all these people, they're doing the same war dance. And it's like they're spiraling, hoping something. It's like throwing shit against the wall, hoping it'll stick. It's what they do. But we see this, and it's just like Tim Pool, who I always go back and forth on, but now it's like, you know what? Tim Pool, you're kind of just a turd-sized fuck nugget. You really are just another Ben Shapiro-sounding douchebag. Not to be confused with your favorite cuck, homosexual, undercover Fed Nick Fuentes, the anorexic Ben Shapiro with less talent, but you're some. Is going to war with Iran, cover up for the Epstein files. All right. Let me break this down. Okay. Now I know people will they'll tweet back unless it's to my account because, nobody responds because, all these followers, it's still freaking shadow ban. Shh. But nevertheless, here's the truth. The Epstein files, they're out. Okay? So covering up what? I don't understand. And the war with Iran, again, I feel like I've said this before with Iran previously, and with Syria, and with Venezuela, and with Cuba, and I could keep going, but I must have missed when the war began. So please, somebody, I beg you, send me live video of us bombing Iran right now. Or send me live video of the terrible war between Ukraine and Russia. How about that? We're still working on that one, right? We're still working on that. But yes, send me video of us bombing Iran. Apparently it's happened. Well, don't you know? He said warships are in the peninsula. You mean when he said 3 weeks ago that the Armada was there, and if they don't come to the table, he's going to deal with them? I mean, it's not exactly new news, and it's also a negotiating tactic, and it's also literally how Trump operates. Okay? So I'm a little bit confused by everybody's douchiness. And what people don't understand, and let me be the douchebag, and you can call me a bootlicker, you can call me whatever you want because it's so much fun. I mean, God, you people are like, again, being the old man in the room when it comes to this, all right, 43, yes, but having been doing this for almost 20 years now, it's like, I have to look at you people. I'm like, God, I miss it in my day being out there, like doing the radio and holding the rallies. And then if somebody came to protest you, they hit you and then you beat their ass. And then it was like, full on war, dominate, move on, continue with your event. It was so much better and so much more straightforward. We could actually have discussions or yelling, or you dealt with your issues there. But now it's just this level of just dumbassery that has hit all-time highs. It's priceless. It truly, truly is priceless. But let me tell all the conservative heroes like, the pedophile-loving Bannon, your little runt fuck, Mr. Skateboarder. I have a skateboard. Whee! Tim Pool. Everybody still loves Egypt Candace. She's still looking for those space aliens that abducted Charlie Kirk and sending her messages in her dreams, or when she's trying to drop a deuce and she's constipated. I don't know when she like picks up on those messages. It depends, I guess. You got to tune in if you're Candace Owens, or Megyn Kelly, or you can name all your heroes, all your favorites, right? Here's a newsflash. President Trump is the president. You're not. You don't know jack shit about what's going on, and what you shell out is 99% bullshit. And the rest of what you dish out are literally the talking points that he wants you to dish out. You're too dumb to realize that you're being played, or you simply don't care and you do as your masters tell you to do. So really, I guess the choice is, however you want to look at it. I mean, I look at it like this. I hate you all. So I don't care. I'm very happy to see that, I know that you all hate him now. So I got to keep with the times here. Who hates who this week? In the independent media, your independent media has become the new mainstream media. So I'm going to start referring to the war rooms and everybody else, and Newsmax too. I mean, let's face it. Newsmax is owned by that ruddy dude who's part of the Clinton Global Initiative. All right. It's always been a piece of shit. Look what they did to my boy DML many years ago when they fucked him over and took him off live on the air. People forget and they give everybody a pass. Oh, it's the alternative to Fox News. Well, Fox News has always sucked. Newsflash. So, but I digress. I'm going to start referring to your Con Inc. as the Mockingbird media. Because here's the difference. You're getting fed your talking points from your Soros or your Koch or your Heritage or your whomever. So you're doing the same thing, and they get all their crap from the CIA and their operatives and their deep cover schmucks and everybody else. So you're all one and the same. So congratulations. The new populist media is the new mainstream media. But to watch them all in such precision go to the same talking point, but then criticize the left. I love that. You criticize the left for doing the same thing that you're doing. The hypocrisy is fantastic. It really is. I mean, anybody with half a brain would know or would learn by now that there's many things going on that you do not know about. every time you say one thing, Trump backhands you and you look so stupid. And then you try to ride the we're the ones who caused it. You have to bite back sometimes. Oh, fuck you. I mean, seriously, it's so old. Like it's if anybody watches the media, watches podcasts anymore, I guess I mean, actually, no, fuck that. I'm a radio show, not a podcast. So I'd like to explain the difference to people. But how can you stomach 99% of it? I can. I don't. I hate it. Oh, Joe, thank you. Thank you. It was unintentional, but I think that's where Candace, while she's straining to drop the nugget that refuses to come out while she's sitting on the throne, that's obviously when the Egyptian aliens or the predators or the Qatarians and the aliens and the Egyptians and the planes and Charlie send her messages just from that point of extraction. Like it's coming down the canal. It's about to go out, that little twinge, like, and then before it hits the water, that's where Candace Owens gets her messages sent to her. She's like a shit voyant. Okay. Not a clairvoyant, a shit voyant. I'm serious. It's real. Believe me. If you don't believe me, just ask Candace. Anyway, but thank you. Unintentional humor. But it's really to say, and I saw 2 people turn off the show while I did that. I love it. God, I hope I offend. But like literally, like these people are just like, they're so laughable. Like they're just so pathetic. So to go back to what I was saying, now I was always on the fence with him because I liked him at one point, then I thought he was a shill. And then people had their criticisms. I did not, because I always believe there's something bigger going on. I believe the people are a tad bit smarter that are actually in it and doing the work than we give them credit for. But Dan Bongino has been pretty badass with his show since he's come back. Kudos to him. I actually enjoy that. Keep giving him hell and keep pissing him off. I love it. I want to see it. I want to see all media, news media, mainstream media, which includes Con Inc. I want to see you destroyed. I want to see you broken and fractured. And I know we got to focus on the midterms. We have to focus on this. Yeah, we should be. And some of us call for that. But you know what? Right now, no, we're going to revel in your demise because you need to die and you need to die soon. And believe me, other things are going to happen. Other things are going to come out. More revelations are going to occur. And more arrests will come. I know, what arrest? Oh, what arrest? Because everybody's a fucking fugitive. Everybody's a law enforcement agent. Everybody's a bounty hunter. You all know what needs to be done. You could do it. If you were there, you would do it. Says you from the safety of your computer. That's cool. But that's okay. The rest of you, know-it-alls anyway, you always think that you know better. As I refer to it, in Monday morning presidenting, not quarterbacking, because fuck the NFL, Monday morning presidenting, because you all know how to run the country better than he does. And if not, just wait 5 minutes and they'll tweet you and tell you how they do, how they know. But the midterms are going to be a bloodbath. Who said that? Honestly, who said that? They all say that. Cuck Fuentes says that. Yeah, I hate Jews. Yeah, I hate Spanish people. Yeah, but I'm Mexican. Yeah, I hate gay people. Yeah, but I'm gay. Yeah, I hate the feds. Yeah, but I'm a fed. Yeah. Motherfucker literally looks like the size of one of Candace Owenson's turds. He's so intimidating. It's the guy that everybody took a moment. I'm so sorry for what Nick Fuentes went through when he was doxxed and somebody showed up at his house with a gun. Wasn't it like a grandma or something? But somebody showed up at his house with a gun. Listen. You know what? I am all about free speech. I am all about it. And you have the right to be a dumb fucking idiot. But you have to be aware that sometimes karma will find you in consequences for your words and your actions. You think you're so controversial by regurgitating your bullshit, and then somebody shows up and oh my God. It's just, I'm sorry. I didn't send my thoughts and prayers to Nick Fuentes. I didn't. I laughed and said, fuck you. because, you know, they came for me before too. And you know what, when they showed up at my house, but this is back before it was cool. So this story doesn't resonate with all you algo humpers out there. You need the thrill of the click. Anyway, but back in my day, when the bad people would show up at your house with guns in little groups, and you would have the other neighbors call the cops, and you're alone, and they want to kill you and your family, what do? You come outside with a gun and say, let's go, motherfuckers. And that's how we did it, right? That's literally how we did it. Hazelland, Pennsylvania. Somebody else called the Hazelland PD, but it was a group, a Mexican street gang, actually. Won't name them, but that's how we dealt with it. But now it's like, damn, I'm a victim, and all the people that hate me have to love me because I'm a victim. I'm a victim. I'm a victim. I'm a victim. Fuck all people, they should all die. Fuck the gays, they should all die. Fuck the Jews, they should all die. Fuck the women, they should all die. Oh my God. I mean, I guess maybe I'm a hypocrite, but at least I'll own it. I just say fuck you all, like not you, the people, but you know, all of those who espouse this shit 24/7. I am a reaction. Okay, I'm a reaction to the naivety and the stupidity of what goes on in the modern day. But I wasn't born out of reaction. I was born being a reactionary, being an activist, a fighter, because I saw things happening and nobody was doing anything about them. So I took action, not for fame, not for glory, much to my own expense. All right. You've heard the stories, losing jobs, death threats, losing everything, right? It wasn't about that. It was about doing the right thing. Now people do what they do because they want the click, they want the money, they want to sow the narrative, they want to sow the division. It's what they do. It's how they operate. It's their modus operandi. So I'm a reaction to all of them, telling them they'll all go fuck themselves because they deserve it and they're lower than shit. But ultimately, I've been saying this long before they ever existed because I've been around since long before they ever existed or decided they were patriots and they decided to come into the world and save you with their voice and their words of wisdom, their knowledge nuggets, about as effective as what Candace drops in the water. But anyway, I see the shell game and the psyop playing out bigger and better than ever before. And it's pretty disgusting, but also really ironic that people are finally catching on. You know, but I would like to ask first. All right, wait a minute. Let me check the comments here. This is I've been bad. Polymarket sucks ass. Oh, sorry. See, sometimes I'm reactionary. Here, let me put the comments on the screen there. All right. So let's go back. All right. Bootlicker says hi. Let me go. Aaron! What's up, brother? Love you and miss you, man. Trump gets a presidential briefing every day. He is more well-informed than any of us, and he has access to the best people who are competent, capable, and trustworthy, honorable, with integrity. Fucking amen. Thank you. Proof that, you know what? Maybe, just maybe, the people on the internet don't know more than Trump. And how many times must you be wrong to stop receiving tens of millions of dollars a year? If that's the case, how many times must you be right to start, you know, as a friend, Mr. Timothy O'Shea, I had to throw in the O. Timothy Shea says, you know, where do I sign up to sell out? Like, yeah, we're still waiting for our money. Okay, come on, pay us. Well, should we toe the line? And I saw a comment there about Benny Johnson. You know what? I don't know how to take him. I've heard lots of reports about him and seen lots of stories about him and a lot of things exposed right here on this network as well. Not by me, actually, from Brian Ferencz, when he exposed Scott Pressler, Benny Johnson, Turning Point, a lot of other things, long before what happened to Charlie happened. And I don't know. Do I trust him? No, he's too polished. He's too of the establishment for me. So I take nothing that he says with any, you know, I'm not getting my news from him. All right. I'm not making his show a must-see destination. So you know what? Real quick, I gotta check something here. So here, I am going to play a quick video for you because it's relevant. I have to check one little thing, and I'll be right back. I'm not gonna lose my thought. So, but here, this is important.
It's a danger to the public. Planted in your skull. It's a danger to the public. Take out a chunk of skull, put the neuralic device into the brain, and then stitch it up, and you wouldn't even know that somebody has it. It's a danger to the public. It's definitely going to be outside of human control. What happens when something vastly smart and the smartest person comes along? It's very difficult to predict what happens. Will be used as a weapon.
Time for the people to take back this remembrance. We are the majority. The Constitution is people by the people to stand up.
Goody. It's a very good video. All right. So I had to check something real quick. You know, I'm checking different things and things going on. So I apologize. But let's get back to it. So again, you have these people that are in this certain class, right? That's what they are. They're all like, you know, the upper tier, the elite, if you will, of the populist media. And they were very contrived with what they did because they literally took advantage of you, they psyoped you, and they took your money, and they took power based off of your work. So I don't understand necessarily, you know, I don't understand necessarily like what the overarching goal is, because are they not? Well, actually, I guess I do know. So inevitably what they're doing is when they try to purposely tank the midterms, then they have something to complain about or say how they were always right and they're the answer for the future. So they have to constantly have something to complain about and tell you how right they were. That seems to be how they stay in power, how they keep doing what they do. And it's quite the mask and quite the facade, truthfully. Because, you know, it's like a never-ending cycle of just perpetual money and perpetual power over people. But what happens when they lose the people? You see, they thought they'd hold on to everybody for a very long time because nobody could see through them. They're better than you. They're smarter than you, don't you know? But people are starting to wake up to it, call them out. And that's not the power of anything other than people thinking for themselves for once. People finally waking the hell up. It's a beautiful thing to see, but we need more of it. You know, and I'm enjoying what's happening. I'm enjoying the expose, if you will, of all the fake right. And, you know, like, the more I see, the happier I get. You know, let me explain. I'm not one to all right, here, I'm trying to make a point. I'm doing this in a boring way. I understand. I'm not trying to sow division because, as I said, not I was here before you. I was. But it's not about that because these people are irrelevant, but there's something for me to talk about and poke fun at right now. Hence, again, join the war room. Whoops, the VOP posse. That was intentional. But like, I'm going to call it out because they feel as if they are untouchable, unbreakable, and have more control than you even know. But the mythos is starting to fade. So while as I see it cracking, well, we shouldn't attack them. We should be focused on the midterms. We shouldn't do this. We should focus on midterms. You know what we all have in common with not me. What is the common denominator there? We should all be doing something else other than focused on what we're focusing on, but focused on the midterms. Gee, if only we said that to you 2 years ago, even before Trump got in, since he's been in, right? But everybody is focused on everything else. So we shouldn't focus on, we should focus on the midterms. It's like the perfect parlor trick. It's the perfect shell game, the perfect psyop. So to that end, because people are actually waking up, because people are actually seeing shit a little bit more clearly, I want to see it destroyed and burnt down ASAP. I want it to happen at lightning speed. I want it to happen yesterday. I want to watch them all crater, cave, and burn because it's what they deserve. Because for the real people out there taken advantage of or feeling betrayed or let down, I'm not going to say that I understand you because I've never put that much emphasis on any one person, I guess, or had to subscribe to any one person enough or follow blindly to what they say. But I understand what it is to be disappointed by people who you think are what they say that they are. So with that, I empathize. And all that does is make me hate these people even more. You see? Because it's cruel. Now, what's sadder is the fact that people are dumb enough to continue to take the bait and continue to fall for the shell game. Yes. That's done by design, through society, through schooling, through drugs, through drinking, through everything else they use. Anywhere they could detach you from yourself and detach you from God, then commons still do, and they'll take advantage of. But regardless, it's like when somebody picks on somebody as handicapped, right? The one thing you might hear me say the word F-tard, you know, but like the one thing you'll never see me do is pick on somebody who has physical disabilities or mental disabilities, because that to me is like one of the most egregious sins out there, right? So it's not fair to compare these people to people who have handicaps, and even their handicaps, they're stronger in other areas than people ever realize. So that's why I actually do, dare I admit it, I actually do love a lot of people, but it's a lot easier to hate the evil people. But then you have these other ones that are just blind, naive, misled, led astray, and then I don't know. They're not handicapped, but they're intellectually handicapped. It's the only explanation. Because how many times can you be lied to? How many times can you be deceived and taken advantage of until you finally wake up and realize maybe something's wrong? But I digress. No matter what, people don't deserve to be gouged and taken advantage of in that way, whether I like them or not. And it's being done to them by people who are knowingly evil. And everybody says, well, maybe they didn't know going in. The fuck they didn't know. They took the money. They took the script. They became the puppet. They're doing what they're told to do, what they're trained to do, what they're paid to do. That's it. Okay? So I don't think this one broke bad when maybe they did this, or this one, well, maybe when this happened. No, they were scum from the beginning. All right? Not all. When I say not all, it's usually the ones that are no longer a part of it. But the majority, yes. Their special ability is to deceive you. Their special ability is to blindside you, to steal from you, to rob from you, to mislead you, to play off your emotion, play off your love of country, your angers, your fears, whatever it may be. Maybe you were a victim. Maybe you love God. Maybe you hate God. They're going to play off of it. They're going to find anything they possibly can to use to find their way in to your life, into your psyche, into your heart. Make you think that's a leper messiah. That's a false prophet. Make you think that they are the only way. They know how to fix everything that's wrong. While your life doesn't improve, you just become poorer because you're tithing to these people and being obedient. They just get richer. And they're doing as they were told to do. Manipulating, coercing, sowing division, making you question even yourself. Disgusting. And again, I make no apologies. I think the best things I've done in my life, okay, serve your country, serve your community, boom, boom, all right. But honestly, I never drank, I never did drugs. Well, sorry, I've drank, I never got drunk, don't like alcohol. Never did drugs. I tried a joint once, it disgusted me, wasn't my thing. So I never been high. Met the most amazing woman in the world and was lucky enough and blessed enough to call her my wife. And I love God. But am I going to sit here and say that I'm perfect and I'm this and I'm that? Absolutely not. But I'm real and I don't hide behind this false religious bullshit or these false, I'm here to herd you and take you in because I care. All these niceties to make you feel good as they're raping you. I guess this long diatribe is because I see it more and more, and I see it happening ad nauseum, specifically today. Whether you're Robert Barnes, whether you're Candace Owens, whether you're Tim Pool, whether you're any of these people, you all have one thing in common. You're evil. You're stupid evil. You're not, these people aren't geniuses. They have handlers. They have gatekeepers while they gatekeep you. You hear about gaslighting all the time. It's like the word of the week or word of the month sometimes. What about gatekeeping? Can we talk about that? What that really means? What it's really about? They manipulate you. They deceive you. They lie to you. They hurt you while pretending to be better than you, more knowledgeable than you, smarter than you, wiser than you. And we bestow this title upon them as architect, genius, all these wonderful things. They're none of these things. They're good little soldiers marching to the beat reading their script, making their handlers richer. It's what they do. And believe me, I don't say this out of, I think you all know this by now. Apparently, we have a lot of people watching again. But, for those who don't know, yeah, we launched the Buy Me a Coffee thing tonight. So buy us a coffee. Please, somebody, for the love of God, besides Joe, donate to us. There you go. Does that sound desperate? Because we built a network. We did all the hard work and have sacrificed for all these years. Well, yeah, we need some help with the other stuff. So yeah, donate. We got to Buy Me a Coffee. Join the tier. We're going to get special. You're going to get gifts. You're going to get special shows. You're going to do all these different things together because why the hell not, right? Because I actually care about you more than I care about being liked by these fake, false deities in the new mainstream media, aka the conservative media. There, that was my sales pitch. But seriously, check out. We launched it. Hollis created it tonight. buymeacoffee.com/VOPUSA radio. Please do. And check out the network, VOPUSAradio.com. If you're not already watching us on the website or the app or whatever else it may be. Holy hell. Patty Butts. Excellent, Dan. You're brilliant and speak the truth. You know what? I read that for a vanity thing. I read that because, Patty, I miss you and I love you. I love you. I love you. We need to connect someday. That is a fantastic woman, just such an amazing person, and I haven't communicated with in a very long time, and there she was. So I just, that was so cool to see you on there. We got everybody here. We got the crew, we got the VOP posse here. Wait a minute. In case you missed it, because again, we have a lot of new people joining us right now. I don't know why, but hey, last week was 8 million. Let's go for 9. Okay, we could do it. Let's do our thing. All right, here. This is who we are now. Okay. Boom. No. Yes. Or for a cleaner look. Yes. Anyway. So, but it's cool. The Aaron in the chat room. Aaron, you've all heard me talk about Aaron, Amy. People we love. Got Jim Tim here. Being Jim Tim. Love you, James. Love you, Aaron. Love you, Patty. But it's so cool to see you, Patty. Thank you. But, again, I know I'm lecturing you here. I swear to God, I didn't mean to just make it into a whole thing. But instead of just doing my usual yelling and ranting and everything else, because what pisses me off is I admit that I love God. That doesn't make me, free from sin, right? But I don't set out to hurt people. I don't set out to swindle people, deceive people, to do all that other crap, right? Like they do. These people hide behind their masks of veiled Christianity, of veiled this, of veiled that, everything else. And it's disgusting. And believe me, I hate organized religion with a passion. I think it all is dog shit. That's not the point. The point is, these individuals are using fear, your paganism, your religion, meaning your faith, and your passions against you. So let them cannibalize each other. Ignore them. Or call them out for what they are. Instead of piling on. Instead of just constantly piling on. Trump and the Epstein files. Instead of regurgitating the same shit, what makes you sad. Again, the left, pretend it's a different side. We know what they are. We know the radicals. We see them. I'm fine with them. They're sick fucks, and I can acknowledge that. The worst of it is on this side. They have no side. These people who you think are the warriors for faith and virtue and conservatism, most of them are godless, heathen pieces of shit who believe in nothing but their bottom line, nothing but the dollar, and nothing but how many people they can control and what rights deals can they get? How much can they get paid to speak at Turning Point? $3 million for a 6-minute speech? 300,000? 3 million? 6 million? 900,000? But they fight because they care about you. They fight because It's about America. It's about restoring the republic. It's about protecting President Trump. It's about America first. It's about MAGA, but pay me to speak. Even though I'm rich. I've waited a very long time to call out some of these people because you have to enjoy the ride. Look at all the guests we've had on the show, right? You know. Rudy Giuliani's still the fucking badass. I love him. Joe, yes, thank you. Yes, I did. And I hate when you do it, but I love it. And I love you. Because every bit helps more than you could possibly know. So thank you. They do, you know, they're doing this with ulterior motives. And again, we had all these people on this show. I had nothing bad to say about Mayor Giuliani. Because I love Mayor Giuliani. Still. He's still one of the original heroes, as far as I'm concerned. All right? So, he's awesome. But everybody else comes on. They all say the same thing, whether it's from your Fox Newses, from your Newsmaxes, from your big names to your smaller names, or everything else. They heard of us, and you know, and we're seen here, and people know who we are, and we have a reputation and everything else. And they tell you all these little pleasantries, and they come on the show. Nobody fucking gives a wink. I mean, like 2 or 3 of them did. Don't get me wrong, you know, but they don't really come on like promote what we do. They're on here to sell. And they learn sometimes that my audience is old, not meaning age-wise, meaning they don't trust easily. Not the most giving audience in the world. I don't say that's a bad thing. Hell, that's why I don't ever like to ask you for help. You know? But now you could buy us a coffee. There. I'm working on my pitch work. It's not that great. Uh-oh. Hold on 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. I have a phone call coming through from my father. That's a little unique. Quick video. We'll be right back. If I can find it.
The poorest way to face life is to face it with a sneer. There are many men who feel a kind of twisted pride and cynicism. There are many who confine themselves to criticism of the way others do what they themselves dare not even attempt. There is no more unhealthy being, no man less worthy of respect than he who either really holds or feigns to hold an attitude of sneering disbelief toward all that is great and lofty, whether in achievement or in that noble effort which, even if it fails, comes to second achievement. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end that...
All right, enough of that. Listen, my dad's okay. He actually liked my first hour. So, but he gives me now here, full disclosure. I see my brother in the backstage area there. I'll get to you in 1 minute, bro. He's here. The man, Josh Bernstein. He's backstage. I'll bring him on momentarily. So my father said, and I know he's wrong. He enjoyed the first hour, but he said the cursing was a little high. He didn't tell me to stop though. He doesn't ever tell me to stop. So you gotta appreciate that. That's what makes it cool. So, but that's it. I just thought it was wrong. I saw my dad call in the middle of the show, like, oh shit, something's going on, But no. And again, the buy me a coffee thing is directly from him. I had no idea what it was. That's how detached I am from all the things that are like en vogue, if you will, in the modern day. So I know I've been literally just pontificating to you for all this time, but let me just summarize this real quick again, because we have a lot of people watching right now. So thank you. And you're still there. So God bless. Let's see if we could crack 8.1 million. Let's beat last week's record. Can we do it? Can we do it? But I don't want the others watching. So if you're an other, if you identify as an other gender, stop watching. I don't want a number. All right, I'm kidding. Just, you have one or two parts. That's it. Anyway, but I digress. Like literally, it's just, we don't need this internal strife right now with the new mainstream media, aka Con Inc., aka the influencer class and all them. But since they decide to constantly go there, since they decide to constantly sound the alarm for all-out World War III every 5 minutes, and they're proven wrong over and over and over again, I implore you to, and this is you, the audience, focus on the work that needs to be done to save this country. Focus on, you all last week, everybody was all up in arms. Oh, the Senate has to vote. So has anything happened yet? Media cycles, spin cycles. It's fantastic. They play you, they manipulate you, they use you, and then they just vanish back into obscurity. Or where would they go? Berlin or Germany? Where the hell the Senate was? I don't even know. I don't care. My point for everything is you all need to focus on the most important things in the world, and that is saving this country. Let people like myself, who we're going to tell you about what's going on, we're going to talk about it, I'm going to give you real opinions. People like Josh, who does a lot better at hard news than me, because I'm all over the place. But we're the ones capable of sitting here, Hollis, like other people, we're the ones capable of sitting here and going after these scum, because yes, the new mainstream media, the new Mockingbird media, the War Rooms and the Newsmaxes and everybody else, they do need to die. They need to burn. They need to be gone. They need to be purged. It needs an enema. This country needs an enema, but also this movement, it's not a movement. It's awakened people. Thinking for yourselves, not blindly following like an obedient lapdog, not a puppet, okay? These people are the lowest forms of shit. Sorry, I cursed once. And yes, I know that the thing isn't even. But they're shit because, again, anybody who purposely uses your pride, your faith, your patriotism, your fears, your concerns against you to manipulate you. They're not geniuses. They're not gods. They're scum. They're trash. And I hate them. When I started, none of these people were doing what they're doing now. But there was other ones around, please believe. There was always other people. I hated their kind. Now, as you see it play out again in the modern day, I hate them even more. So bask in the glory of what's happening, but stay focused on what needs to be done. So inevitably, we're going to get to MAGA Lions to do a show on here, and we're going to start having all of our grassroots candidates on. Believe me, I know. It's going to require more shows. We're going to do it. We're going to talk to the real people. But focus on that. Focus on the real. Focus on what matters. Stop being clickbaited. Stop being, I hate this term. I also hate the word niche. It disgusts me. It's so stupid sounding because it sounds French. I don't like the French. But anyway, but what's niche is to say everybody's being gaslit. Everybody's being gaslit. Oh, the little bougie terms. No, you're being lied to and deceived by douchebags. That's what it comes down to, okay? Let's speak in human terms, all right? So while Candace Owens is constipated and taking her dump and waiting for it to hit the water, and she's getting her messages from above and Charlie and aliens and everybody else, while Steve Bannon is sitting there still talking about taking down the CCP and to get the pedophiles, but not acknowledging, his own little problem that he is, while Jack Posobiec is still being the fake douche that he is, writing a book every 3 weeks because he has ghostwriters and ChatGPT. It's not that impressive. He's not that smart. Believe me, I met him. He's dumb. Okay. But he reads the script well. So again, I feel like a sense of relief being able to say that out loud. When I came back from the One Media Row, I wanted to tell you all, but I didn't want to really burst the bubble. But no, there's a lot of douchebags. And Jack Posobiec is one of the biggest ones, believe it or not. Not that I care. But you could watch our riveting interview with the Jack Posobiec as he looks down on the regular people with a little setup. No powder. Anyway, listen, I have more to say. My point for all this is we have a job to do. We're engaged in a war. Okay? It's not with these douchebags on the media telling you every day that it's the end of the world and Trump's going to kill us and the midterms are lost. They want you to think that. Think logically. Think for yourself. All right? So with that, I have one thing to do. It only takes 26 seconds. And then I'm going to my special guest, best-selling author, host of the Josh Bernstein Show, co-host of The Rage of Aquarius, which airs every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time right here on the Voice of the People U.S.A. Radio and Television Network and on the apps and the channels and everywhere else, Josh Bernstein. So as a proper introduction, I only have this. So I'm going to play it. And then when I come back, I'm going to bring him on. So stand by.
Rage of Aquarius with your hosts, Dan Smeriglio and Josh Bernstein, every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Voice of the People USA Radio and Television Network. Download our apps on Android and Apple to never miss a show. Watch at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Roku TV, Fire TV, and Android TV, or visit VOPUSARadio.com.
Well, that's like a cold bring-in right there. I didn't.
That was warm as sugar. I appreciate it. And look, I got to start with this. Number one, I think it's hysterical that your dad called in because you were cursing too much. That's number one. But here's number two. I've been doing this for well over 14 years. Okay, I've been on radio, regular radio, what the hell was it called? KSLX 1100 in Phoenix for about 6 months. But I've been doing media and all this for a long time. You are very good. You are a professional at this. You can talk off the cuff. I was sitting backstage listening to you, and you were engaging. You were entertaining. You had perfect cadence. You knew when to crack a joke, when to be serious. So you are an extremely good broadcaster, and I just wanted to come on first, not to kiss your ass in Macy's window, but just to give you some props. You're good at what you do.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Believe me, and I think I'm one of those notorious ones where I think everything I do is dog shit and it's terrible. And I'm my own worst critic, but that means a lot. It's again, and coming from somebody like you, I do, not just because you're my brother, but obviously because of everything that you've done and you've been in it. It means a lot to me. So thank you for that.
You're very welcome. A lot of people can't do this and can't do it effectively. That's why you see all these stupid jump edits, right? 100 times a fucking video. Sorry, oops. See, I'm already doing it. But the reality is that a lot of people can't do what we do. It's point blank the truth. Yeah. And you'll see a lot of the jump cuts and edits, and they sounds like they're saying something, but they're not. It's not being genuine. You should be able to talk on the fly, talk on the cuff, and ideas should be able to come to you like that. Doesn't matter what you're talking about. You should be able to expand on every single subject matter. And if you can't, you shouldn't be on radio or television, plain and simple. And if you can't be engaging enough to hold an audience, then you should be, working at Home Depot or something else. And that's not being harsh. That's just being reality. Not too many people can do media like we can and others.
No, amen, man. You're so spot on, and it's true. You know, I go back to an old story about when I was doing the rallies back in like 2007 to 2010, and somebody was up there speaking, and as she was speaking, her speech blew away because it was windy and it was outside, and she completely lost track of what she was saying, and she started crying and saying, "I have to stop. I have to stop. I can't keep talking." She was telling the story about her fight with cancer.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I'm not trying to be rude here, but it's like,
yeah, you'd think you'd be able to extrapolate a few ideas, right?
A little bit, sure. You know, but it taught me something that I have never had a pre-written speech, a note, a teleprompter, anything in my life. Nothing, no sticky notes, nothing. And I am all over the place, but I always look at it like this: when we speak from the heart,
yes.
And, you know, that's it. Even if you're pulling stuff out of your ass, and you know, you're like, oh,
as long as you're truthful and accurate, obviously that has to be first and foremost. But yeah, I mean, you're right. You should be able to talk on the cuff, right? I mean, that's it. If you can't do that and you can't hold an audience, then you know you're not going to be there that long doing what you're doing. You know, it makes it that much harder. But what I will say is that as we see in the media, there's so many people that don't know how to have the engaging conversation, especially the younger generations, because they grew up on, you know, the cell phones and the AI and the short, you know, LOLs and all these different things. And so they don't have the vocabulary and the articulation, if you will, to be able to go through and talk about a lot of complex issues, you know, and why right now what's going on in Israel and what's going on, of course, in Iran is that Israel is bombing currently right now as we speak. They're doing the pre-war, basically. They're bombing locations that have munition stockpiles. They're bombing locations that have the ability to deter anti-missile, you know, capabilities and refueling facilities. So what they're doing is they're insulating and isolating the Iranian regime. They're squeezing them in, so that when the actual bombing occurs, which I believe will be almost directly after the State of the Union address, perhaps 2 to 3 days, somewhere around there, definitely by March 1st. I said that on the earlier show. And what will happen is Israel will do the brunt of the work in the beginning, and we'll play cleanup. And who knows, maybe they're going to use the supersonic heat weapon like they did with Maduro.
Yeah.
And kill all the Iranian Revolutionary Guards with that weapon, and then take out the Ayatollah without even a shot being fired. You have to understand the sophistication of our military equipment. And again, I'm only talking about this because they were silly enough to talk about it out loud. I mean, President Trump, I don't agree with this decision. He gets on airplane one. He goes, "We have weapons no one's ever heard of before. They can discombobulate everything." And I'm like, why would you tell anybody that? So anyway, so the bottom line is we might be able to use that, because think about it. They invaded Maduro's fortress with Cuban intelligence, with all these different, you know, Venezuelan military members and gang members, all these people around him and surrounding his entire place. It was like the scene in Scarface when he comes out on the balcony, right? It was like one of those. And those folks could not even shoot their weapons back. They were just stunned and stopped because of this weapon. It just completely stopped their ability to pull triggers. But more importantly, their noses bled, their mouths bled, and many of them dropped dead without a shot being fired. So why can't we use that in Iran? Because this regime has to end. You're gonna liberate 92 million people. Not to mention, you're gonna wipe out 75% of the entire world's sponsor of terrorism in one shot. The other 25%, I would say 15 of that at least, is China, and the rest are radical extreme communist groups in the United States, in Europe, in Australia, New Zealand, Canada. Basically, that makes up the difference. But you would wipe out 75% of the world's state sponsor of terrorism. Not to mention, you'd now be, 550 billion gallons of oil reserves overnight. I mean, we already went to number 1 with Venezuela. Now we're far exceeding Saudi Arabia. We're far exceeding any of the others because Iran has the 3rd largest amount of billions in crude oil reserves. So we take that and Venezuela. We were like number 10th. So now we're number 1 and by far. You know what that means? It resets the entire world order.
Yes.
In which every single country in the world now has to get on their knees and service America if they want oil, because now we run the entire world's supply. As soon as we topple the Iranian regime, we've already toppled Maduro. We're going to take that oil and spread it out to the people and take some of it. And of course, when the regime falls in Iran, that's number 2. Now we're by far. That's why China doesn't want us to do anything in Iran, because 87% of their oil comes from Iran. The other 23% came from Venezuela. Well, guess what? They lost that, didn't they? Yep. So this is what we're talking about. We're talking about this president being the fucking master chess player, and everybody else is just pawns, man. And he's just crushing the global order right now. And it's amazing to see.
It is beyond beautiful. Check your private chat. I sent you a message on there.
Did you? I am so bad at doing shit like looking around because I'm so focused on what I'm doing that I always miss things.
It's all good.
I gotta find it. Where the hell is it? It's on the side. Here it is. Your camera is kind of. Oh, that's all right.
It's coming up a little blurry for me.
Okay.
My connection happens to be really good this time.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
That's strange. We were having some storms, kind of like you, but not as bad.
Usually you're perfect. I don't know if it's for anybody else. Maybe it's just me seeing it, because
I think it might just be you, because I mean I see you perfect and nice and clear.
Okay.
And and your background is different, obviously. I was looking to see if my head was peeking around the corner there.
Oh no, that's no, you're not. No, that's just me peeking over my own shoulder.
Right. And by the way, if you noticed, I did a little graphic design here. That doesn't really look like me. Why does my head look like it's an egg? Jesus. What the hell were they doing when they made that image? Anyway, I just thought it was a cool background with all the protesters and all that shit behind me.
Well, I think it's fantastic. It's quite ravishing. Now, and I see the chat room there, and please believe my oh, okay, so it's just me. Well, then screw me. There, I mean, whatever. Yes, this is why we move away from platforms like StreamYard.
What else do we want to talk about here, huh?
Well,
we got a ton of shit to talk about.
There's so much. I just spent the first hour, and believe me, my dad is a fan. He doesn't mind me cursing. He just says that I can articulate things.
I wonder what he's going to think of me. I think he might like me.
He likes you. No, he loves the Sunday night show. He loves.
Oh, he's heard it. Okay.
Oh, he watches everything. Yes.
Okay.
So, okay. So, by the way, I don't know if you see all this before, but I'm kind of pushing it now. So, I announced at the beginning of the show that we sold out, and we're now officially a part of this. But then I pulled a fast one and said, no, we're now the VOP posse. So,
I like that. That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
We're a thing now. But I spent the first part of the show really going deep into just all this crap we're seeing, the psyop that we're seeing. And I think it plays into it because all you hear again is American troops are already on the ground. That's going to be a 10-year war. It's going to be a 20-year war. It's going to be worse than Iraq and Afghanistan. Josh, seriously, you know better than anybody. And you already nailed it. They are so they're even the grifters with the talking points they look so dumb. Trump
we're not going to be in quagmires 15, 20-year wars anymore. We are using precise and immediate violence and then backing away once the job is done. We're not looking at nation building and things like that. That's why, if you noticed with what happened with Iraq, not only did we topple Saddam Hussein, but then we took over the entire government and we brought in all these people and everything else. We tried to nation build, where all we're doing right now is allowing the government that's left to still function, but we're being the principals, we're being the teachers, the watchers, and we're making sure that we've got our whip ready in case they get out of line. And I think in some respects, that's a better way of doing things, because let's face it, the people of Venezuela or the people of Iran, they need to pick who their leaders are going to be. I'm pretty confident they're not going to pick what they had for all those years. And whether it's Raza Pahlavi or somebody else, who knows? It's not our job. All we want to do is make sure that they're doing what they need to do to reconstruct the country when it falls, obviously, and either put Raslavi in or somebody else and back away and just, keep an eye on things. Let Israel keep an eye on things for the most part and, see how it goes. But we don't want to just go in and like nation build. I've always been against that. So we'll see what happens.
And we've been talking about this for weeks on the Rage of Aquarius, wondering when it's going to happen.
Yeah.
I told you, and we had a discussion that it's going to be strategic. That's why when I
said by March 1st. So.
Yeah. And that's why when you see these people doing what they're doing online, the usual people, the usual suspects, even Tim Pool, and then I hate to say it, but you got Flynn on Alex Jones today. This is don't you know the war with Iran is to cover up the Epstein files? I'm sorry, but aren't they out?
Yeah, exactly.
But arrests haven't happened yet. Well, give it time. Have you missed other arrests happening? It blows the mind and it insults the intelligence of those of us with half a functioning brain.
Exactly. I mean? And a lot of people think that President Trump should be concentrating on domestic and forget the rest of the world, forget the international world. And I say absolutely not, because here's the thing. If the economy was amazing and doing just fantastic, and it's getting there, but it's not quite there yet. There's a lot of damage in those 4 years, but we're getting there. But let's just say for argument's sake that right now, it's already there, golden age, everything's great, everyone's making tons of money. But we still had Venezuela, and we still had Iran, and we still had the threats from Cuba, and we still had this and that. And so what I'm saying is, wouldn't it be great, because one day, unfortunately, leftists and Democrats are going to win an election at some point, especially if we don't pass the SAVE Act. But I digress. And so wouldn't you rather have a world, if God forbid Democrats are in power ever in the future, without Iran, without Venezuela, without Cuba? So at least we've eliminated a whole bunch of communists from the world's influence. So we can get to the domestic stuff. We're getting to the domestic stuff. But I think actually resetting the global order was way more important than fixing the economy, 100 million times more, because the economy is going to come back. But what about all those things that we just did that are legendary, that are historic? I mean, we are literally on the precipice of, freeing from, tyranny and liberating about 130 million people, 28 million in Venezuela, 92 million or so in Iran, and 11 million in Cuba when that regime falls. That's about 130 million people in a little over a year that could be liberated. Yeah, I'd say President Trump is doing a fucking damn good job.
Yeah. And, that's the, everybody says that, he's not going after the New World Order. He's not going after the globalists. That's exactly what he's been doing, because he knows that once you take down the outer, the inner loses its foundation, essentially. Right? Exactly.
And it's funding.
Exactly. Cut it off. Cut it off. And
people need to be visionary. People need to see past their nose. They need to see the big, 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 big picture, not just what's in front of you, not just what's on the media for you. You got to be able to look further. Why are these moves happening? What is the strategic meaning behind doing certain things? It's that type of mentality and genius that this man possesses. I mean, think about it. God spared us this wonderful, incredible human being who is an extremely bright and talented businessman nonetheless, but now also add king dealmaker. I mean, what else do you want? I mean, he's literally the best president that's ever run and won 3 times, I might add.
Yes. And I couldn't agree more. And I don't care, again, what anybody says, like, oh, you're just a bootlicker. No, I'm just a realist. And I see it for what it is. And I know better to be reactionary and understand that there's things happening that we do see and we do know. And there's a lot more happening that we have no clue.
Exactly.
And no matter how read in people think they are, they're not. So they're commenting for the sake of seeing their own comments on social media, for hearing themselves talk, whatever it may be. And again, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. You know, is the world in a better place now on the global stage than it was, 6 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago? Absolutely. And that's literally what it comes down to. Then you have the other criticisms from, again, your homosexual cuck, Nick Fuentes, Fed.
I hate that idiot.
I know. Like I was talking about earlier, Candace's turds are bigger than him. But like literally, they're telling us how, well, again, it's in bed with the Jews, and Bibi snaps his fingers and Trump comes running. Actually, this would be quite the opposite. Because if it was previous administrations, we'd be on the ground. We'd have our teams in there. We'd be doing this stuff. You know what? Who's the biggest regional threat to Israel, the regional threat to anybody, the global threat to almost everybody? It's Iran. And it's not the
other than China.
Exactly.
Iran is number 2. Sure.
Exactly. And it's not the people, it's the select crew, all right, in power. And now Israel is dealing with the direct threat. And then what? We have, what's his face? That Robert Barnes. Well, I have it on good authority that the battleships are already there. Gee, because maybe Trump said like 3 weeks ago that the full armada is wow, what a genius, Mr. Suspenders. Why don't you go back?
They were waiting for the USS Ford. That's what they were waiting for. Now it's there.
Yes.
So it's gonna happen.
But it's some big surprise, right? So, like I said, Robert Barnes, go back to being fat. You were more entertaining.
Look, people that talk about Netanyahu and this and that, let's understand something. If Netanyahu was not in control in Israel and not leading the Likud party in the Knesset, Israel probably would have been destroyed already from all of the influences from Iran, from Hezbollah, from Hamas, from Boko Haram, Islamic Jihad, Muslim Brotherhood, Al-Qaeda, you name it, ISIS, you name it, all of them, okay? They were funding them all. So think about that. If you had a weak leader like, Elher Omar or whatever these other douchebags were, the Likud party is the conservative party. It's the conservative right party in Israel, okay? And he's been running the Likud party for years. And thank God he has, because he's been the strongest possible against Israel. And so if Israel was not led by a strong leader, Israel would have been gone a long time ago. And let's also not forget that President Trump and Bibi Netanyahu have been lifelong friends. I mean, we're talking 50-year relationship, even longer than Rudy Giuliani and Roger Stone, if you can believe that. Okay, he's the longest. And so they went to a college together at UPenn, I think it was. They've done real estate deals in the 80s and 70s and probably even 90s together. So they're close. They know each other. They trust each other. Who better than these two leaders to wipe out the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism? I rest my case.
Yeah. And as I've always said, when everybody goes and jumps on the Jew bandwagon, the Jew hate bandwagon, what I've always said is the same thing. The Zionist intelligence state, just like the American intelligence state, the deep state, we have bad actors, we have bad elements, we have bad people doing bad things, what deep states do. It's not just isolated to America. It's a worldwide organization of evil. All right. So I hate them, but still have love or like or care about Israel.
Exactly.
Oh, does that make me, am I getting money from Bibi now? No, it's called common sense.
Exactly. No, look, I agree. And, this whole thing from the really far, far, far right, I'm not talking like us. I'm not talking MAGA, America First, that. I'm talking like the crazies like Fuentes and stuff like that. I hate when they say this. They did this in Charlottesville, right? Jews will not replace us. This is to someone who's Jewish, both parents, 100%. And again, I'm America first. Let's explain that 100%. I'm Israel second. I am absolutely 100% America first. So don't anyone think anything different. But as I was saying, so you have this situation, right? And they always say Israel this and Israel that, and there should be blame for this, and the Jews will not replace us. And I laugh. Are you kidding me? There's 16 million Jews left in the world. 6.5 million are in Israel. 6.5 million are in the United States. And there's whatever, I don't know, 300 something thousand or whatever it is, mixed around 180 countries around the world. We couldn't fill, a fucking, football stadium. So I'm not sure where this whole, Jews are not going to replace us thing is coming from. There's billions and billions and billions of Muslims. Okay. There are more Germans probably than Jews right now. I mean, so this whole notion is just insane. And it's a scapegoat. It's a scapegoat. That's all it is. It's a scapegoat. Blame the Jews for everything. Meanwhile, we built fucking Hollywood. We built the banks. We built all these different areas, Las Vegas. I mean, we built so many cities. We've got patents on every single thing. There's more Jewish doctors. I mean, again, we have been successful. We're the chosen people. We have been more successful. But what have we done with that success? We've built and helped build this incredible America as well as Italians, as well as others, as well as Irish, as well as Germans. We all did. And that was the difference between immigration back then and immigration now. Back then it was, what can we give to this new country of ours that has given us so much in freedom and liberty and prosperity? But now, all these years later, it's what can we take from this country? What can we extract from this country? How can we take away from the goodness of this country? It's an entire 180-degree mindset. And again, it goes back to the cost versus value argument. If you cost us more to be here than the value you're worth, we don't need you here. You need to go. And that's what this mass deportation is all about.
Damn straight. And that's perfectly articulated. And I love that. And we definitely got to clip that one because
there's a couple.
No, that was spot on. And you also forget, your favorite anti-Jew conservative America only folks. Again, that unfortunately, you also have Jews that are radical liberals too, which really blows my mind sometimes, but they're there. So
self-hating Jews. Yeah,
exactly.
There's nothing stupider than a Jewish person with a free Palestine sign, or a Jewish professor at fucking Harvard, right? That literally is outside with the students singing, what is it? Bring the insurrection, or I can't remember what it was now. I'm drawing a blank, but it was basically Intifada coming to America. Okay, that's not just a slogan. That's not freedom of speech. That's a hate crime. Okay, you're literally talking, and it's treason, because you're literally talking about having an intifada, which is a holy war, on America. That's literally what these fucking morons are saying. Sorry, excuse my French, but this is how stupid they are. I get so hot, about this. And so that is about as dumb as it can absolutely get. And again, these people should be arrested. It's U.S. Code 182381, which is treason.
Yes, absolutely agree. And that's what it all comes down to. And again, just for shits and giggles, you always have to love the radical trans people. Oh wait, somebody on Twitter has a comment. Not a brain cell between the two of you. Well,
wow.
Thank you,
Tecumseh. I believe Tecumseh was the 8th president. I might be wrong on that. We're talking a very long time ago. The Tecumseh engine was named after Tecumseh as well. That is, was to challenge the Briggs and Stratton for lawnmowers and mini bikes. So yeah, you're right. Not a brain cell between any of us.
Wow, I was just going to say the cum dumpster, honestly. So you gave me a full breakdown. But what makes you dumber is the fact that you continue to watch and you add to the viewer count. So thanks, secret fan, aka.
Maybe you learned something,
right? So anyway,
good. I love. Come on, don't you just love when people don't agree with you and they, and
they have nothing intelligent to say, but they got to go.
Yeah,
I know.
Oh, because I love just going right for their mothers.
Oh, I know, me too. They think I get upset.
Immediately.
I know.
Immediately.
We're a different breed. We're not like these pussies.
I know.
Yeah. That's how I am too. I go right for it. I love it. And they think
right for the mothers. My mother died 3 years ago. Oh, really? Well, how about your sister then? I don't care. I just right? I go right for their jugular every single time. because I just love hate mail, and I don't mind it.
No,
That's the thing. Some people want to just fit in. They want to just say whatever they think people want to hear. Well, I have a very famous quote. I'm not bragging, but it's a famous quote. It's in A to Z Quotes, which has some of the most famous quotes, from Benjamin Franklin and Ronald Reagan to football player. It doesn't matter. Oprah. It doesn't matter. Anyone, Harrison Ford. Anyone is in there if you've had a quote. And I have, I think, 8 of them in there. And anyway, the one that's on the profile says, "I would rather be loved by millions or hated by the same amount. Who wants to be moderately liked and accepted by everyone?"
Yep.
And they thought that was worthy of being in the book. So great. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's there for history. But what do I mean by that? I mean, taking strong positions, being consistent and being accurate. Those are the 2 things that help build, sustainable careers in media, for sure.
Well, exactly. And that's the difference. And some of us with real world experience and have actually done something besides, being that keyboard superhero that jerks off into a sock, like they think they're something special, but in reality, no, they're just sad sacks of shit. But that's okay. I embrace it personally because, again, intellectual debate is one thing. It makes you stronger, makes you better. But, you go to insults, it's like, learn. Some people aren't like the ones you see everywhere today because we've been in this for a little bit. So we don't play those games. You act stupid, you get treated like the low life, nothing piece of that you are.
Yeah.
But now, whatever. That person's irrelevant. They're probably still watching, just rage tweeting right now. I'm going to beat you up. I'm going to beat you up. Let me tweet. Ugh, fucking sad sacks. Anyway, but all right. So what else can we get into? Because there's so many things. So I'll let you throw something out because I just been on my whole.
This is absolutely insane. We can all agree, right? I mean, I think the American Medical Association is even looking into this. We can all agree that people that are so insane and so violent and so extreme that suffer from this derangement syndrome because of one man, Donald J. Trump, this TDS is real, right? There's no question about it, right? And many people have said that this should be the next one that's categorized as an actual illness, a mental illness. California court decides that radical leftist extremism is a form of mental illness, as Rita Patel is granted mental health diversion. Now, I didn't know about this case, nor did I know who this Patel woman was, but you need to listen to this real quick. By now, the case of Rita Patel, the left-wing activist who threatened to murder members of the Bakersfield City Council, has become more than just another local criminal proceeding. What once looked like a high-profile public safety and political extremism case has now evolved into a de facto legal determination that radical left political behavior is a matter of mental health rather than ideological disagreement. This is dangerous. Let me explain why. Because all these crazy bastards that were throwing bricks at ICE agents, blowing up Teslas, doing all these other crazy violent things, Charlie, obviously, and others. So when this has been going on, and these people now should be charged with felonies because they are violent extremists. What California is now trying to do is let all of them off the hook and say, no, it's a mental illness now. You can't put those people in jail for trying to run over ICE agents anymore. Absolutely not. That person's got TDS. So now they're admitting, number one, that TDS is indeed real, but this is going to set very dangerous precedent because in other states, if this is something that's allowed to stick, you're going to have people become more violent, more extreme, and do crazier and crazier things, knowing that they can just blame it on mental illness. The end of this literally says, in a decision, where is it? Right here. It says, she will enter instead, it says, meaning that instead of facing imprisonment or traditional prosecution for her conduct, she will now enter a court-supervised mental health treatment program and could ultimately see all 21 felonies completely dismissed if she completes the program successfully, Yes, they determined that her behavior was mentally ill. That goes to prove right there that if this is allowed to stick, you're going to have these leftists become even more crazy and more violent, and they're going to hide behind a radical left-wing scumbag judge and their decision to not hold people accountable for causing violence and mayhem and even murder.
You know, when I hear things like that, it re-emphasizes my position on being pro very late term abortion. So, all right. So start with that woman, take her out. All right. Listen, you know, because you're doing the world a favor and you're saving tax dollars inevitably. Okay. You know, maybe you got to cull the herd a little bit. It's just like now, this sounds mean, but you know, bullying was a thing, right? Bullying was a thing growing up, and it's like somebody bullies you, well, you beat their ass, and then they stop bullying you. It's like done now.
Right.
But you have 13-year-olds getting disability because they're being, you know, insulted online. Okay. When we keep stretching this and you know, like allowing it to keep, you know, metamorphosizing into more and more and more, everybody's ADD, DHD, ADHD, DUMB. Okay, you're dumb. All right, you're dumb. You're inept. You're lobotomized from birth. Quite honestly, I mean, you're just absolute empty vessels. Everybody's depressed. Everybody has anxiety. Everybody's this. Everybody's that. There's an excuse for everything. You know, one of my he's probably a liberal.
Nobody takes responsibility anymore.
No, one of my most favorite comedians, like I said, probably a liberal, was Dennis Leary. Where he did.
Okay, mine's George Carlin, hands down.
Yeah, George
the thinking
Carlin,
man's comedian.
Yes, he's
reminded me a lot of my father.
He's my number one, but Dennis Leary was high on the list because I like him.
Yeah, he's funny too. He's really funny.
But like he did a skit back in the 90s, you know, my mommy and daddy did it. Shut the fuck up. Next, Dr. Dennis Leary here to save the day. What you really need to be told to shut the F up, right? Because that's literally what it comes down to. These people you're making excuses for sickness. I seen some band on Fascist Book, right? They were on one of our shows on the network many, many moons ago. I didn't host the show. They're quite frankly, you have this guy, it looks like he's like light-skinned Mexican saying, I'm an African-American. I went to jail because everybody hates the black man. It's like, dude, you don't look black and you went to jail because you committed a crime. I mean, oh, God forbid. Oh, spade is spade. Oh, that's racist. But like, you had them all saying like, I can't even drink orange soda anymore. If you know, you know. I'm like, you know what? You're not sick. You're just a waste of life. I'm not going to pray for you. I'm not going to hope you get help. I'm going to help. I'm going to hope that you find a way to do the world a favor. And remember, this is for the stupids. This, if you can see, this across is for attention. Go long ways, okay? Long ways, all right? Donate, all right? Do the world a favor, all right? And that's cold of me. No, because it's this. They radicalize them. They brainwash them. It's just like we see the gay people and the trans people protesting for Palestine. But if they were there, they get, you know, loving rocks thrown at their heads or buried up into their necks and beat or thrown off buildings because they're oh so loving and accepting. But these people are just the lowest common denominator of humanity. They are beyond a waste of skin. They are so dumb, but it's a whole system that's built this up. Now they put the checks and balances in. Now they can make excuses for them. Well, they weren't in their right mind. Okay. So you have people that premeditate murder, but it was insanity. They weren't in their right mind, but they could premeditate a murder, you know, getting rid of the evidence, escaping, you know, all this stuff, but they weren't in their right mind.
Right.
It's
so
disgusting.
basically, like you said, they're just escaping responsibility 100%. And that's why this is dangerous and will set dangerous precedent, because other states will see this decision. And of course, you know, monkey see, monkey do, right? The next thing you know, it'll be in Chicago, you know, or in Illinois. I mean, it'll be in, you know, Minnesota next. I mean, you think Tim Walz wouldn't, you know, saliva all over this thing to get something like that passed? So that's why I'm saying it's dangerous. And then these judges are all going to be doing the same thing. And it's going to be fucking anarchy. So I really hope that this decision is appealed and overturned quickly. I think it will be. There's a lot of judicial gnats out there. I've talked about this before. Everyone freaks out. Oh my God, Trump was stopped by a Biden attorney on this or that or whatever. They're judicial gnats. Okay, they fly around, they make a lot of noise, but eventually they hit the fly swatter, which is the Supreme Court or the appeals court or even the circuit court. And I've been right on all of these decisions that I've said that. They've all been overturned at higher courts. And so hopefully this one will be as well, because this is ridiculous. And it just seems so extreme that even someone like the Ninth Circuit, I used to call them the Ninth Circuit Court of Schlemiels. That's what I used to call them a long time ago. But now they're one of the more conservative ones. They put a lot of Trump justices on there. Even they, as liberal as the court that they were, they would be like, this is crazy. Yes. So I'm pretty sure it'll be overturned eventually.
Quick question for you. What happens when, not if, when all the evidence officially comes out? And I do believe he's going to name drop some countries, allies, and foes that were involved in the theft of 2020 before the State of the Union. I believe that is factually accurate because something big will happen before and directly following, as you already said. So when this all starts to unravel, and when we literally expose the fact that 2020 was indeed all what we already know, stolen, what then becomes? I mean, you have a real constitutional crisis then. But what becomes of all the judges that he appointed? What becomes of just all of it? What happens? You're smarter than I am. The technical aspect.
There was, and I'll be brief on this point, but there was a quartet, 4 brothers in Utah. The name escapes me right now, but they filed lawsuits against the 2020 election, and they were trying to prove that because it was a stolen election, none of these people should be in power. And they're right. Technically, they, of course, are right. And so they filed this lawsuit. It got thrown out a million times, but eventually the Supreme Court did take the case. But they took the case and just buried it. They didn't do anything with it. So that whole lawsuit is predicated upon a 2020 investigation, which I believe they're going through right now. I can tell you this, that they're going to have to come up with not just indictments, but the trial and the imprisonments and all that before 2027, because 2027 will then be 7 years, which I would assume a statute of limitations would then block them from holding these folks accountable. So perhaps they're doing all this now, and I think they might raid Arizona, they might raid all these other states, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada. They already did Georgia, right? So Georgia was the first. Maybe New Hampshire, I don't know. But anyway, I think they're going to raid all those states in the coming months. They're going to go through them all, gather all the information, all the evidence, and then I think they're going to do a 7-state indictment, probably all at the same time, or maybe one indictment. But I'm not sure how they're going to do it. But I know that it's going to be involving all 7 swing states.
Yeah,
and I think it'll be late 2026, late like December-ish, probably right before the end of the year. That's how Washington works, right? They right up to a deadline.
Well, of course.
That's why bad news or crazy news or important news comes out on a Friday afternoon and typically on a holiday weekend, right? Oh, bury the lead, they call it. Anyway.
Yep. All the time. Yep. So it's amazing to think about that. What we've spoken about for a very long time is actually going to come to pass. That the constitutional crisis they say Trump poses is the exact thing they were projecting onto everybody else and the populace. So we're going to have one of those real constitutional crises, because then again, what happens?
Right. I don't know. I mean, will they take people out of, look, first, let's hope and pray that we can get convictions. I've said this a million times before, and I'll say it again. The only way you're going to get convicted, you're not going to get them in New York. You're not going to get them in Virginia. You're not going to get them in Maryland. You're not going to get them in anywhere else but in Florida. And so the criminal conspiracy case is Florida based. And so that was the smartest thing they ever did. So there's a grand jury in Florida. I forget what town, but in Florida somewhere southern. And that's what they're working on. So there's already a grand jury that started, and now it's just gathering evidence, discovery, all this. It's going to take time. It's going to take time. I always say justice done right doesn't happen overnight.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that they're knee deep in the process of putting this all together.
It's crazy, man, because things are going to come to a head, and I can't wait for it. I want to see it all play. I want it all torn down, like I do the new mainstream media. I want to see these people get like literally.
Well, I can assure you that it will all be torn down if they don't take care of and hold all these people that stole the election in 2020 accountable. I can assure you of that. And I mean that in a political sense more than any other sense, because I think that you would have a complete abandonment of anything having to do with politics by millions of people almost instantly. And that's scary. That is absolutely terrifying. I think about that a lot. And so because of that, we've got to make sure these people are held accountable. We just have to. We can't. Otherwise, it's exactly what I say. It's not a two-tier justice system or double or triple or quadruple. It's not even 100 or 1,000. It's more like a 1,000,000-tier justice system at that point, if these people aren't held accountable. So let's hope and pray that that doesn't happen.
Spot on, man. So I thank you, because I always want to go a little bit deeper on that one, and I don't have the particulars sometimes off the top of my head like you do. You're the more intellectual one. Thank you. I'm more the FBI. But no. But I know you did your show before. I was all set to join you, man. It's not my fault. Not this time. I didn't forget this time. I'm just saying. So again, Josh Bernstein on his Substack. You see where to subscribe. All right.
Yes.
See where it is, right
Please
there.
do, folks.
Yes.
Neither one of us make too much money. I'll be quite honest. And because of that, we got to do a whole bunch of different shows. I'm on a whole bunch of shows. He's doing his thing, and we're all just working. And honestly, I thought it was going to be easier. I thought it was going to be easier in the Trump years, but so far, I mean, I'm still being, censored on X. I mean, I don't think this was that bad of a thing. Everybody knows Jennifer Welch, that disgusting abortion that's walking around. She's got long blonde hair, the angry face. Anyway, there's a picture of her, and she's just kind of like going like this. So I wrote, if a queef in a gangbang had a face, innocent, funny, quip, whatever. And boom, I throw it out on X, and they banned me for like 4 to 5 hours where I couldn't post, I couldn't repost, I couldn't like, I couldn't do anything. And I think it wore off months ago. But this post has how many? 21,000 views on it. So it did pretty well. But it's a pretty funny face.
Well, that's good at least. I mean, like I said, I got my blue check mark back, and then it was a total of 48 hours. I didn't even say anything, and they said I had a suspension for I don't know.
Oh man.
I honestly don't know what. So
when you're brave and when you don't care about the consequences for the most part, and you walk that real fine line, you're either going to have people, like I said, they're either going to love you or they're going to hate you. And that's exactly what I want. And that's why I've done my show the way I've done it for years. So if people want to hear an authentic conservative that's just going to shoot the shit and tell it straight, join the Substack, jbushow.substack.com. For $49 for the entire year, that's only $4.08 a month. You get a free copy of my book, which is PDF file, which is like a $13 value. You get to join me on Thursday nights when we do the Full Throttle Thursday. And then I do a show 7 to 10, I would say, a week. So at least one a day, sometimes 2 or 3 a day. I always say the same thing. I don't take a day off from doing a show because the left doesn't take a day off from trying to destroy this country. So check it out. Join it. The only thing missing from that offer, honestly, is the ski mask, the gun, and the getaway car.
Damn straight. It's worth it. It's worth it. So like, I listen, I would just keep going, of course, but I know you've been doing your thing for the last few hours here.
Yeah.
So I feel bad,
Send this to me because there's a million things in here I want to cut up.
Oh yeah. No, dude, I know.
Yeah.
And believe me,
Yeah.
you know how we do our show on Sundays. We could download
Oh
it.
Yeah.
This show, it's like, go to sleep. It'll be done.
Yeah. This was a lot of fun. We'll have to do this again.
Yes.
All right, everybody. God bless.
Josh Bernstein, brother. Thank
Take
you.
care.
And I will see you on Sunday night on the Rage of Aquarius.
Yep.
Of course, rocking it 9 p.m. Eastern time. But
You got it.
Thanks, man.
All right, my
I'll
man.
talk to you soon.
Take
it
care.
easy. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Josh Bernstein doing the hit. And now we're back to the screen with me in the middle and our VOP posse there and our buy me a coffee there. Buy me a coffee, buy me a coffee, buy me. I'm trying to hit it as much as I possibly can, you know? But see, that's the problem. That's the problem I have with Josh is we can go on and on and on. We've been really, really good for those, because I know there's a lot of newbies out there and the haters. So if you want more shows to watch to make your stupid little snide comments that really aren't that impressive, you know, like Sundays at 9 on this network, on VOPUSARADIO.com, the apps, you can download them on Android, on Apple. You can watch the shows live. I even send out notifications usually if I don't forget, and let people know that it's coming on. Boom, Rage of Aquarius every Sunday night. We hit it 9 p.m. Eastern time. We do it 1 hour, solid 1 hour, done. Fast moving, same basic principle we just did tonight, but it's moving. And man, it feels like it goes by like in 10 seconds. It's crazy because as you may know, I could talk a lot. So, but always happy to have Josh on, and that's where we met. We met, you know, via X, a message. Then we talked. Then we did Politi-Shock. Everybody's like, "Oh, you and Josh have great chemistry." I'm like, well, thank you. So then we decided that we're going to do a show, and we've been doing the show, and that's it. So my first official guest of 2026 is the dude that I do a show with every week. And of course, if you sign up to our email list, which believe me, again, I tell you this all the time, we don't spam you, again, because we don't know how. And B, they annoy the living hell out of us. And C, who the hell has time to do all this crap? Because we have nobody helping us. So, you know, you sign up, you will have seen a notification welcoming Josh Bernstein to the Voice of the People U.S.A. radio and television network, heard worldwide in 191 countries. So you'll be more content from Josh coming on the network as well, and our show on Sundays. And we gotta make a regular thing with him on Shock. I'm just saying, you know, because it's fun. Anyway, so we touched on a lot of things, obviously, but you know, I hope you understand why I took the tack that I did for the first really half of the show. Because again, it's an assault on your mind. It's an assault on your intelligence. It's an assault on your heart, your emotions, your pride, your patriotism, your everything that I've said ad nauseum already. And I don't like people who go after those who you're not that vulnerable, but some of you are. And some of you, let's face it, not talking to this audience for the most part, unless you're hate watching, you know, you're not mentally incompetent. So you know better. You're not that vulnerable. But so many others are taken and led astray by duplicitous, deceptive individuals to take from you while giving you nothing in return except causing you angst, anxiety, pain, hurt, constant disappointment, constantly being upset, constantly being miserable. We need to be better than that. So it's time for people like myself and the few that exist, like Josh and others that have been around long before these other frauds, to start going after them. And it's happening. And it's good to see. We get nothing out of it except randos that want to hate on you for you're not a loyal member of. No, I'm not. I'm a loyal American. I'm loyal to my president, and I'm loyal to my wife. And loyal to God. Excuse me. Sorry, G. You know, look, I'm gangsta. You know, other than that, I'm not loyal to any one person behind a microphone, nor should you be. This is something different what we have here. I shoot the shit with you for hours on end. We talk about anything and everything. The show is about to get better because Hollis is going to join us. She makes the show look better and more interesting. And quite frankly, I always get happy because I dislike when I'm staring at the screen and I can't look at my wife, but I'm lucky because she's right there in the corner of the screen. So I've been able to stare at her. But when she's on the screen or sitting next to me, I'm a happier Dan because I love her. What can I say? I'm blessed. But the point is, we don't want blind followers. Blind followers have been the problem in this country, in politics, in the world as a whole for too long. We need individual thinkers. We need people capable of seeing beyond the lies. And if it takes people like myself and the few others out there to re-emphasize that while never losing sight on the overall mission, which is saving this country, but saving it from who? Saving it from the bad people, but also saving it from those people who claim to love you and have your best interests at heart. So consider this a PSA, consider this a declaration of war, more so consider it a declaration of intent, because I intend to make it one of my missions to focus just a little bit of time on destroying these people and calling them out any way that I possibly can because they do not deserve your support. I'm not saying come here. I'm saying leave them. Break the spell, okay? The time has to come, people. So with that, it's a perfect plug. I almost set it up perfectly, but I'm ruining it by filibustering right now. So I completely shot myself in the foot. But if you want to know who controls the new mainstream media, aka your war rooms, the Newsmaxes, the Benny Johnsons, the Tim Pools, and everybody else out there that all of a sudden they're conservative superheroes, you want to know who the true establishment is, who the true power players are, who the true world order actually is, the Trilateral Commission, the EU, the Pacific Union, I said that wrong, Asian Pacific Union, and the wanted North American Union. But in order to understand that, you need to understand that infamous say, well, who are they? Boom, right there. So on our subscription model here, where you can show your support on buymeacoffee.com/VOPUSA radio, and I will give you a tutorial on the screen in just a little bit. One of the things you will get if you actually subscribe, and the prices are low, people. We're not trying to be hypocrites with this. Your money goes to literally help do what we do, stay on the air, fund what we fund. We pay everything out of pocket. I'm not begging you, but yes, the support would be helpful because we're all that's left of real people funded, independently funded media. Yes, we're a media company. We have the same designation as a Fox News. Did you know that? Maybe not because I haven't said it, or maybe I haven't said it in a long time. It's the truth. We're as much of a media company as a Fox News is. Okay, yay. You know what they have and we don't? Masters and billions of dollars. We have us, our hearts, our convictions, our integrity, our belief in God, love of country, and wanting to take down evil. That's it. So it's our mission to try to get people out there that think like us, not to be loyal subjects, not to be brainwashed minions, but want something different and seek something different. Join us. And if you're able to help and not giving your money away to your new God, the Bannons of the world, or the whomever, fill in the blanks of the world, then give a significantly less amount, a one-time donation. Give $1. You can subscribe for like $2 a month for our low tier. The other is $7. The other is $20. That's it. And what are you getting? We have a whole digital ebook. Not ebook, we don't read it to you, but it's a whole digital book, a breakdown of the New World Order for beginners. I wanted to say for dummies, but Hollis said that might be too insulting. I'm kidding, not really. Anyway, this was made before Trump won the presidency for the third time. So there's some names in there that you'll notice that have been amended, meaning they've been proven to be psyops, but part 2 is coming. But this digital book is freaking awesome. We spent time putting it together. Hollis made it bright, pretty, in your face. So please, my audience, close your ears. It's really to the select few. So even you absolute morons can look at the pictures and put the pieces of the puzzle together. You're welcome. So this exists for you. It's out there. We even did a show. We're going to do another special show, a special series, perhaps, breaking it down, revamping it. And part 2 of this, I forgot how many pages it is. I think it's like 43. It's either 23 or 43. I could be completely off. I should know my own product. I'm sorry. But it's there. So if you actually go and subscribe, this is one of the things you get. And believe me, it's well worth the read. Even if you read it once and say, screw them, whatever, you'll be wiser coming out of it. Because I'm not just giving you wonderful talking points. Hollis isn't just giving you wonderful talking points. We got to take down the establishment. Oh, the establishment. Oh, so it's the establishment's our enemy. Who's the establishment exactly? Is it the rich? Is it the Europeans? Is it the Asians? Is it the Russians? Is it the Jews? Is it this? Is it that? You need to understand the genesis of it all. You need to understand who funds, who built that Zionist intelligence state that I spoke of earlier, the American intelligence state, the European Union, based off of anybody. That's trivia for fucking Politi-Shock right there. If you know what the EU actually comes from, whose wet dream it was, but was it even his wet dream, or did it come from his handlers because he had handlers too? I'm talking about a certain man with a funky mustache in Germany. Okay, so that ebook is damn good reading because I went through, and we both went through, but actually broke down. I threw all my years of not just studying, but living and fighting and facing these people, facing these enemies. And believe me, there's a million stories that I have yet to tell you yet. And inevitably, I'll tell you everything. because the world should know. As this whole shock and all thing is going on now, shocking the world with the truth, and then people being left in this state of where do we go from here? What happens next? They want more. They want justice. They want clarity. They want whatever it may be. This is where we've always needed to be. This is where this country was a long time ago. They went on a crusade to end common sense, to end any semblance of normalcy, of decency, of humanity. Hollis and I just did a video about AI and the lack of humanity, the end of humanity. Put it out. I think we put it out the other day. I think she released the whole thing, but it was a special video. And this is what you see there is just Hollis and I having a conversation. That's how we really talk, oddly enough. You know, take that as you may. I enjoy that I don't just have a beautiful woman. She's actually smart and intellectual and creative, but can think logically. So yeah, we have, instead of going to a bar and getting drunk, we sit here and we talk about the New World Order, the end of humanity because of the AI and the warning signs and everything else. Yep, we do. Because what you see is what you get. You know, that's just it. Hollis is more talented because she has a whole album she's going to release and she has a record company she's running and everything else she's doing. So she's way better than me. But these are the types of conversations we have. So Hollis decided, let's record it. Not, you know, and just put it out there to the world. We did. Because people need to understand the AI. You can't escape AI, right? That's why I played the End of Humanity video before. So you can't escape it. You have to embrace it. You have to use it, right? There's parts of it that are necessary and it's going to be, you cannot run from it. But the biggest thing is to not replace God with the silicone God. That's what they want. That's what they've always needed. That's what they've always required. But understand the rise of robots and everything else. It sounds so blah, blah, blah. Does it really sound so crazy and conspiratorial anymore? I don't think so. So what's going to happen? When a company could get a robot for $25,000, and this, even if it was $100,000, and this robot could do the work of 10 people, and those 10 people are making, let's say conservative, $40,000 a year, plus benefits, plus taxes, plus either get sick and you have to hire new people, training costs, everything else. What would you do? What would a company do? I'm going to hire the robot. You're saving a lot of money. Now you're putting people out of work. Do you understand the great replacement theory? It's always been real, but it's real on a whole other level. The Twilight Zone tried to warn us about it. 1984 tried to warn us about it. And where did they all come from? What? The 40s, 50s, 60s? Trying to tell us of what was to come and where we were going? Well, congratulations, you're here. And it's a perfect parlay into bringing Hollis on because this is something that she and I were talking about because my age group, Aaron, all of us, we were here before the cell phones and we were here for the rise of the cell phones and the computers and everything else. And now it's safe to say that we're going to be here for the end of truly humanity, whatever that may look like. It's coming. Replacement. Understand that. So I'll let you think about that for a moment. Okay? And I am going to try to play something here because I guess I'm a little fired up. What you need to do, what you need to do is scan that. Just use your phone, scan that. Throw $1, throw $2. $2. You know, there you go. You get goodies. You get free stuff. All right, it's not free. It's next to free. All right, so just take it. All right, I'm trying to find a particular video to play, and I don't know if I have it where I need it to be. That's my fault. So you know what? I suck. So allow me to play a very, very quick little, no. Just enjoy this. And I'll come back with Hollis for Aftershock. I don't know where my Aftershock commercial is. I had it last week and now it's not here. It's very annoying. So here. You watch a 2-minute video for all you people, all you maniacs out there. I love you, all the good ones, the few of you that exist. And again, if you're still wondering, yes, I'm still running. Yes, I live in Ohio. Yes, I still own a home in Maine. But yes, I would still serve if called to do so. So write in change. That's the whole concept. So let me play this video for you. And then when I come back, I'm bringing on my much better half, the one and the only, Hollis Mahady. And from my dad, Smariglia.
Election time is here, Maine, and you have a choice on the Democrat side between a socialist and a communist. Gee, which one will you choose? And on the Republican side, let's face it, you have washed up, has-been Susan Collins. But what you don't know, you have another choice. And I am that choice. And I have been that choice since announcing last January. People ask, where have you gone? Are you still running for Senate? The answer is this: yes, I am. But in doing so, I had to spend more time getting attacked by the establishment and attacked by the people who said they wanted change, but all they did was condemn, criticize, and judge versus help and get involved. We lost our house. I lost my job. Changes had to be made. I still have that house, but we can't afford to live there anymore. The price you pay for doing the right thing. You can't see anything about the campaign on social media. Social media, including X, is a joke. It's not a home for free speech. It's a home for suppression and suspension. As soon as we launched our Senate channel, it was deleted within 12 hours because the establishment fears the voice of truth. If you want to know what I'm doing and the things I have to say, go to VOPUSARadio.com and check out the Dan for Senate channel, and you can see all the videos as to where it began and how we got here. I told you over a year ago what it's going to be, and congratulations. While you were all trying to decide if I was a, quote, real Mainer, the establishment wins again. Your Marxist, communist, socialist piece of crap governor, she's a shoo-in for the Democrat candidate, and Rhino establishment hack is going to be your candidate on the Republican side. You want change? Write in change. Write in Dan Smirglio. If called to serve, I will serve. But I am done sacrificing for people who don't want it. I'm done trying to prove myself to you. What I said over a year ago has come true. So now, your choices are slim. Your state can no longer afford to be complacent and quiet because you are all complicit if you allow this to occur. If you want the change, write in the change. Vote for the change. I did this because you didn't. Because this country and this state needs a fighter. I'm here and ready to serve as I have always been. VOPUSARadio.com. I say the things that you're too afraid to say.
From channel to channel to channel on television. From websites to social media, from special interest groups to universities all over America. One thing's for certain, everybody's got their heads in their ass. We're offering this one time only, a product that will revolutionize America. The Politi-Shock Head Remover. We get it. You look around and you see everyone with their heads in their ass. And you're thinking, how are we even getting by? With one press of a button, you can release the Politi-Shock Head Remover. Guaranteed to instantly remove any head from any ass. No. We're not politically correct. We're just correct. Welcome to Politi-Shock. What makes us different? We're hardcore conservative, but we're crass and blunt and take it to the extreme. If you love the taste of liberal tears, you're in the right spot. Broadcasting from the trenches of the Voice of the People USA Radio Network, it's Politi-Shock with Dan Smirglio.
Guys, I'm Hollis. This is my little set here where I've always envisioned doing a show and a podcast, and it took me a long time to get the microphone and the cameras and all this stuff set up. And so, yeah, this is something I've wanted to do for many, many years. This was quite different, just showing another side. I don't even know what it is yet. It's not really planned. While I am an artist and a musician, and that's so much of who I am, this is just the other part that just talks about that I'm interested in, and I know other people are interested in too, especially focus on some of the I learned along the way into holistics, into natural healing, holistic health, that kind of stuff. And then just also questioning, life and spirituality and different viewpoints and talking about that stuff. I'm not sure if we're gonna have guests on there yet. On my bookshelf, I have loads of books that I've read over the years. I've always kept them because they're some of my favorites. Again, it's a part of myself I don't really share with anyone because you kind of just save that for people who are close to you. But then at the same time, you realize there's probably a lot of people out there who have the same questions, because this isn't any formula or anything like that. It's just talking about things that happen in life and how to deal with them, and looking at everything through a different eye of lessons and why these things are happening. Personal growth, that's always been something that I was interested in, learning from life and experiences and what it all means. And there's no answers. I'm not here to push my beliefs on anyone. I'm just here to talk. And I'm just going to talk to myself and talk to the people who might end up finding this somehow. And maybe there are some weirdos like me who are always thinking about these things, but we don't really talk about them, right? Not politics, it's just human spirit, just the deeper questions of life that I always want to talk about, but you never do. Because it's just like, how do you strike up a conversation about that? So that's what this show is about. Describe a time when you felt unsafe or threatened during your childhood. This is the stuff I've been saving. But we could read some of these things together. I don't know what it's going to be. We're maybe some painting and things like that, like shadow work, thinking about that's what my whole album's about, the shadow dance and the dance of life. So, you know, holistics is a little bit of everything. And this is one of my lyric sheets, my music. So maybe I'll just do a segment about the album in the show, because holistics, it's my name, Hollis. It's like a whole variety of stuff that is deep and meaningful and stuff I just want to talk about. Hey. Yes, you're listening to Holistics. Thank you for tuning in. The camera's set up. I did it! Thank you. We're gonna light some incense, everybody. I might have a red light therapy bed over there. Who are we? What is this? Like, what is this thing that we're in? The body, right? But what is it? What animates it? What makes it move? What is life? It's kind of crazy when you think about it. So that's what my show Holistics is about. We're gonna delve into the journey of the soul, of the psyche, what makes us feel, what makes us happy, what makes us sad, the dark, the light, everything. From music to happiness to sadness to darkness to confusion to joy to life to death, all of it. That's what this show is about. If you're a weirdo like me, we'll connect. I'm Hollis. Welcome to my little world. Welcome to Holistics.
All right, so that's like my perfect segue to just say, one, when you see Hollis on the snowmobile, some people call it a snow machine. That's because of Aaron, who's in the chat room. He gave us our first ever and experiences thereafter on an actual snowmobile, which is pretty damn cool. So we love you, Aaron. And also because you're family, and we just love you in general. And if the audio is a little choppy, blame that on my connection and nothing else. So there you go. So now I got to try to find a way. Where are you? There she is. There. See,
I'm here.
And she's she's in the other room tonight. So
yes,
it's a little bit less of an echo. So there you go.
Can you hear me, Daniel?
Yes, actually, you sound like you're in an echo chamber. But yes, I hear you.
Okay, great.
Talk low and soft.
So I could always just put the microphone up here. Can you still hear me if it's up there? Is that okay?
Yeah, it's better when it's closer to you, though. I will say.
Okay, no, I could hold it. I like holding the mic. I held it last week, like the whole time.
I know. We got to get you the arm set up there. So, Hollis, welcome to your show.
Why my show?
Well, our show, your show. This camera, like, it's mad at me because it doesn't have you to look at, so it just goes all over the place for me. So yeah, whatever.
Well, it's great to be here. Thank you for having me on.
Well, thank you so much.
And I felt bad because you said you were looking for the AFTERSHOCK intro video, but last week on StreamYard, when we were trying to show some of those comments, it said, "Oh, you have too many images," so I had to delete it, and I never put it back. So that was my fault.
So you sabotaged me.
Wasn't your fault.
For the record, I might have said this on the air, but if not, I'm going to say it now. So one, I am not suicidal, and I long since determined that Hollis is actually an agent of the Mossad, and Israel is trying to take me out. Now you know. She's sabotaging me. Send help.
Yes.
Donate to buymeacoffee.com/VOPUSA.
Yes.
Wait, VOPUSA, right?
Yes. Buymeacoffee.com/VOPUSA.
Yeah, it's right
Radio.
You know what? I'm just going to go on there and show
It's
it.
scrolling. Go ahead. Share it.
But that's okay. So, yes. So, Hollis, how did you enjoy the beginning of the show? Did I talk too much?
You always talk too much, but not really, because it's a radio show. If you weren't talking, then there would be no point. So you did very good. You did good. And Josh was great as usual. I love you guys together. You're both
everybody
smart.
keeps saying.
Yeah, because you guys are. I always say sorry. I have itchy nose. Why do I get on camera? I get an itchy nose. I'm so sorry, everybody. You guys are great together. You mesh well, and you play off each other really good because you're both smart and you know what's going on, and you do have different styles, but it's good. It complements each other, you know. So I enjoy you guys together.
Well, thank you. Apparently, a lot of people do.
Yeah.
You know, and again,
he's a great addition to the network.
Yes, and give a shout out to the man who made Buy Me a Coffee possible.
Yes. Are you proud of us? I'm also did a Buy Me a Coffee for my own show, and it's going to have some of my music and some other things on there too. So I've been working on that. Everything just takes a while, but it was actually fairly simple, and I hope it's simple. Actually, I really love it. Because I have to set up all these things like payment plans, Patreon. I've done it all, I think, at this point. So something very simple, not too difficult. For you guys, the customer, user, member or whatever, it's easy for you, and it's actually pretty easy for me to set up. So I'm looking forward to it, to doing more, and I actually put the merchandise up there as well. There's a shop.
Well, here we go. So let's see. Can you see? Let me see how big it is. Where the hell is it? I'm gonna add it to stage. Boom, there it is.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah, so give them a little tour. It's very easy, actually. So when we keep saying buy me a coffee, you could just go right there, and how much is a coffee now these days? It depends on what flavor. I'm sorry, I'm kind of high maintenance. I like the fancy mochas and the lattes, so they're about $5 a pop. So you could basically put any amount in there, and if you want to make it like a monthly thing to support, then you just request and send it, and then boom, you're done. And then if you want to become a member, we have different little options here.
Here we go. Yes.
And you could read about them. The $2 a month, it's just it's the Patriot, and you're basically supporting us. We give you a shout out, and we know you're there, and we really appreciate you. If you could spare a little more, if you go down to the $7 tier, it's the real influencer tier. If you know, you know. And that's where you're going to unlock access to like some behind the scenes stuff that we're not putting out everywhere else. Just for you guys who've invested in us, and we want to give something back to you. So that gives you the behind the scenes content, and I can't actually read it.
Oh, well.
Why don't you read it? Because I can't see it.
Fine then. Be like that. So the real influencer package for only $7 a month, a real steal.
And I was even going to make it $5, but by the time they take out their fees and stuff, I'm just like, so I made it so at least we get $5.
This is the next level support. Support me on a monthly basis. Unlock exclusive posts and messages for members only. Shout out for new members and behind the scenes for members only. And then we have the infamous, newly launched today, the VOP Posse. This is your go-to package. It includes everything from the first tiers, but extra. So for only $20 a month, not even what it takes to buy Steve Bannon a comb, this is where you get it all, ladies and gentlemen. You have the chance to be a true warrior, not be a patriot. No. Be a patriot and join the VOP Posse. You deeply understand our mission. This is your way to stand behind something different. Your contribution helps power real conversations, uncensored voices, and media created by the people, for the people. If you can spare it, you're not just donating, you're investing in truth, free expression, and a platform that answers only to its audience. This is true. Support us on a monthly basis. Unlock exclusive posts and messages, behind the scenes, bi-weekly, members only exclusive Zoom call / roundtable style show with special guests and opportunities for all of you to be on the air, meet some of each other in actual face-to-face fashion and talk and everything else. And who knows, if you all agree and sign a waiver, we could put it out to the public like 2 weeks later. I'm kidding, halfway. And obviously shout outs for our new members, but this one, truly what you're getting here is you're getting the opportunity to be kind of like see the entirety of the world that we're doing and everything that we're doing and just have different access to really see the behind the scenes hell that we go through, but the fun that we have and sometimes the stresses, I'm not going to lie, but you get to see like just what it is, what it takes to build something. Hell, we'll even record phone call. All right, that's not nice, but we may air bits and pieces of phone calls that you hear from people telling us how we should do things and what we should do and how we shouldn't do things, and collectively us telling them where they can go straight to, anyway. But the real winner here is, one, your money's actually out of 20, we're getting like 18. That money is literally going to operational costs. We can't pay Hollis for the work that she does, and she does the work of literally freaking 15 people. This goes to kind of fill the coffers to let us continue the fight, because we have no advertising campaign. We have none of it. All we have is you, the word of mouth. We have the power of our people, of our VOP posse. So literally, this is us giving back, doing extra shows, doing extra videos, doing extra, reach outs to all of you, inviting you into our world, not just on Thursday nights, but giving you that extra content. You said last week you wanted more Politi-Shock. I don't know. Will that happen? Potentially. Maybe I'll do another show. Inevitably, I want to do the Dan Spriglio show, not because I like my name, but because it's something I would actually enjoy doing 5 days a week. But maybe we'll do more Politi-Shock, or maybe the Politi-Shocks will be exclusive only, or like 1 hour for the public, and the rest of it will be for these members only. But I know it sounds like a sales pitch, because essentially it is, but it's not a BS sales pitch. It's actually to help us do what we do, because with Hollis dropping her show with Holistics, with her doing Voice of Freedom Records, the original programming we're doing, the ambitious things that we're doing, it requires help. It requires people to get involved. And sure, we could bow down and take the money from others. We don't want their money. We want to know that the people are invested in true alternatives and have something different, something unique, and something real. And this is where you can help be a part of that. That's it. Hollis, I talked a lot. I filibustered again.
Can you hear me?
I hear you fine.
Oh, and I was just going to say too, just if you scroll down and do an example, like go to the $7 one and join. And then if you pay annually, like you get money off, like anything, it's always a little cheaper. You're actually only paying like $5 a month, but that's if people could spend it up front, because I know, a lot of times I hate having a subscription come out every month. And you're like, oh, I forgot about that. It's just like, and actually an upfront is great for us, because it gives us a little money up front to buy the things we need. Like, $100 is going to cover more uploading or whatever. We like the million things we have, the transcoding and the million things we have to buy that we just are in debt over. So, but there's even the $20, it's a year, for the $2 thing. If you do
$200.
Yeah. And even just go to the Patriot one, it's $2. If you just feel generous or you have an extra, we could really use it and we really appreciate it. But if you were to do it monthly, it's $24. But if you were doing it annually, it's $20. So there you go. Now, go up to the shop. We do have a little bit of merch. Here, I'll talk about this, Dan, because I know more about this one.
I messed it up.
That's what you were talking about. That's the digital download. That is $1.99. So you can just go right there and click it, and you pay $1.99, and then you could download it right there. I don't know exactly pages. I think it's about 25 pages, and it's really cool. Like we wrote this over a year ago. We've been warning people forever, but at the time, again, I could create all this stuff, but we don't have the money to push it out and the funnels and this and that. So I said, this is the perfect digital thing to give away. And obviously $1 will help us, some people buy it. It's not a lot of money, but it's a lot of work that went into it. And it's not about making money from it. It's about getting the information out there. But at the same time, it helps us. But this is really cool. And as we were doing it today, it's funny, as Dan said earlier, we did this about a year ago, and there's one section on it. I can't pull it up. You're just going to have to get it. But it talks about like some famous whistleblowers and stuff like that, like who are known, like JFK is on there and stuff like that, like who are known to be speaking out. And then, some of them are obviously not alive anymore, but there's some like modern day ones. I think like Roseanne was on there and Julian Assange and Steve Bannon was on there until literally I looked at it today. I'm like, we better put an update on there. Like, okay, maybe not anymore because
he's a pedo protector.
He's a prime example of a psyop and he's fooled everybody, So I had to put a little update on there. And it was also a year ago before Trump won, which we didn't know. And it talks about Trump and how he came, it's not in depth like how he came to power or anything like that, but it's saying why he's a threat. And it talks about, it's really cool. You just have to kind of see it for yourself. But I just updated it. And then today we were talking, we're like, we need to do a part 2 on this. We should do a video on this. And this is really for people who, obviously most of your audience already knows this, but maybe you have a friend who's, asking questions and they're like asking the question, who are they? A lot of people genuinely, honestly, they want to know, but they really don't know. And it kind of just breaks it down real with pictures and really easy to understand. And you could actually kind of see how it all works with how the media plays into it, how, your favorite celebrities and actors, they're all into it with the pawns and the puppets, and it goes right up to the politicians, but who controls them? It's really cool. And also, I made it actually. I have a bunch of liberal friends who I can't even talk to. I'm like, oh man, I wish I could just show this to them. I know they won't even read it or look at it because they think we're crazy. The tinfoil hat conspiracies and all that. But I literally made it. We were inspired to make it because I had a conversation with someone who was just like, I was like, are you serious? You don't really know anything. They didn't believe me at all. They think I'm a conspiracy theorist. I'm like, well, why don't you look at this? But of course they don't. But anyway, the point is maybe someone you're really annoyed with would be like, would you just look at this? Just maybe give it a chance. See if it makes sense at all. Or for someone who really has heard about and hears people talking and they kind of want to know, but they don't even really know what it means. This is for you. And then we're definitely going to do a part 2 now for sure. And a part 3, we could go down the rabbit hole. Not even Dan taught me so much and I put it all together and I love doing the graphics and it's fun to do. So it's really awesome. And I really would love to get it out there. Spread the word, share it, send it to someone. I don't care if you buy it and send it to someone, go ahead, send it to someone who might need it. It's about, waking up people or, helping. So there you go. I talked a lot on that one.
Would you like me to read what it says?
Sure.
The Breakdown of the New World Order for Beginners, Part 1. Have you ever heard people talk about the global elite, globalist, or the New World Order and wondered what they actually mean? The Breakdown of the New World Order for Beginners is a simple, easy-to-understand guide designed to help curious minds explore complex global power structures without overwhelming jargon or political spin. If you ever wondered who, quote, they, end quote, refers to in conversations about global control, influence, and power, this book offers a foundation to help you better understand the discussion and form your own informed conclusions. Perfect for readers who feel overwhelmed by complex topics, want a beginner-friendly starting point, are curious about power structures shaping the modern world, value independent thinking and deeper research. This is not about telling you what to believe. It's about giving you the tools and context to start asking better questions. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you. Okay. And for the record, I went to the website, but I think it logged me in under our account one. So sorry. So then we have over here. Go ahead, Hollis. Take it away.
Okay. So these are really our collector's items. It's funny because I was like, damn, we should sign them. But then I'm like, no, we probably shouldn't sign them. They're basically, when we did a rally last year in Fort Kent, Maine, we made these. I printed out copies of the Declaration of Independence just on a piece of paper, a print, like, from the printer. But then Dan and I remember the day sitting outside. We wanted to bring these to pass out, or I don't think we were trying to sell them then. I think we're just going to give them away, or I don't know. But anyway, we sat out at our then house on the little roof there, and I had paint and spray paint and all this stuff. And we made the backs on these like cardboard pieces of paper. They're thick, they're cool. And they're all handmade. They're made by Dan and I. We made them like arty, and then we put the Declaration of Independence in there, and it's in a nice bag with a little sticker. And yeah, we only have about 20 some of them left. So I said, you know what? Throw them on there, see if anyone buys them, because the thing is, now you can read the description there because it says it more eloquently than I just did. Go ahead, honey. Read it.
Declaration of Independence art. Honor the foundation of American freedom with this powerful art featuring the historic text of the United States Declaration of Independence displayed over a hand-painted background. Each one is individually painted, a true one-of-a-kind tribute to liberty. A bold reminder of the principles, courage, and sacrifices that secured the freedoms we cherish today. Display it proudly. Remember the sacrifice. Celebrate freedom. Price includes shipping within the United States. International shipping rates may apply. Limited quantities, limited quantity available.
There you go. And that's true. That it really is. That's why I think we did it, just to have it, it's something from us, from Voice of the People. We've been here fighting. Dan's been fighting a lot longer than most people for over 20 years. And, I obviously care very deeply about it. And it's just something you can put in a frame, put on your wall. And it's from us. We don't sign the Declaration of Independence. That'd be kind of weird. But, we always send a little thank you note. And it's just our, something from us. But, as a reminder of what we're all fighting for. So there you go. That's that one.
All right. And then we have the VOPUSA surprise package. Surprise!
I love doing the surprise packages. I always go all out. When I was, in my old band, people love these. It's, it's something from Dan and I. It includes some stuff. But I can't tell you because it's a surprise.
That's right.
And I just like to go all out for my surprise packages. So you'll get something in the mail from us, and it has some stuff in there. And yeah, again, we're raising money now because we need it, obviously. So anything we make with these is going right back into the cost it takes to run this. So, if you like what we're doing and all that, go ahead and buy it. It's I love getting something in the mail, like snail mail. It's not just a package from Amazon. We always go all out. It's for the patriots out there. It's going to be fun. And I love making them. So I hope someone orders them, but they are limited. I would say there's about 15 or 20 we could do. So we'll see what happens. There you go. But those are our 3 merchandise options at the moment. We don't have a full store or anything yet, but all that stuff's to come.
So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you get when you go to Buy Me a Coffee. buymeacoffee.com/VOPUSA radio. Boom.
Boom.
There it is. All right. So now I'll stop sharing, and we're probably not on the screen. So hang on. Hi.
Back.
Okay.
My sign is being very finicky here, and I don't know why.
What's it doing?
It turned off in the middle, and then it went really bright.
Oh.
So I'm going to try to turn it back on. It's my neon sign, if you guys can see. Is it backwards too, Dan, or did you see it? There. Now
No, there you go. No, it's actually not backwards to me.
Okay, good. I have a little dimmer, but it has to be... Boom. Okay. There we go. So we'll see if there's a ghost in here or something. Something is happening with it.
So did she put Hollis, Mahady, Sperglio?
I did.
That's because, listen, for the public, because he knows this. So, and my longtime listeners know, like, nothing is sacred. My father has never, ever, 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 ever called me while I'm doing a show. So that shows me 2 things. 1, he was actually enjoying it, which he said. And 2, he's probably right. But I don't like to say that, so I just shared it with the world. Hopefully, he won't hear. Anyway, but I wasn't cursing in overabundance. But
we try to get you to tone it down a bit.
Well, it's hard,
and nobody wants to hear that. Listen, we're so much alike. I can't stand it because then you feel like, oh, did I do something wrong? But
no, it's okay.
I love your dad, and I have to be honest, I agree with them. You know me, but I also am like you, and I hate to be told what to do. But it wasn't, I curse too, but I'm going to try. I try not to too much, but I understand the rage
from though.
Yeah, because it makes people, you're so smart. I always say the same thing, and I'm just saying it on air, but you're so smart. You don't need to curse. Like, of course you could drop, even Josh, he dropped a couple here and there, but it was just in the moment. It wasn't like name calling. I just think I think it makes people tune out. And I think you have so many important points and things to make. You could do it without that.
Well,
You don't need it. But at the same
me.
time, I don't want to tell you what to do because it's your network and people tune in because you are vulgar and bad. But I think not bad, crass sometimes, but I think there's a bigger audience who would tune in without that, you know?
I know. But most of that audience that would tune in if I don't curse, I don't like them. But, you know, because they're a bunch of, wait a minute.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm not going to do it, but I have the perfect way to do it without doing it. So here we go. For the audience that would be offended.
Are you a whining, sniveling little apologist? Are you a psycho-babbling snowflake? Part of the victim culture and all of the global elite that want to destroy our God-given freedoms? Are you a pussy? If so, turn it up, because
the oldie but a goodie.
No, turn it off or turn it up. No, I get, honey, but I get it. Like, you know, it's one of those where it's just like, I don't know. I mean, all the rest of the shows on the network aren't cursing like that. So this is, you know, it's your call. So
I am Mr. Not Safe for Work. No, I mean, I think the difference is this time though, and I'm not really crouching down. The camera just like continues to just like keep going down. I don't know why. It's kind of creepy. You know what? NSA, stop.
That camera has a mind of its own, and it is true. I tested it the other day, and I was sitting there, and it kept just going up, and we got to get it fixed. But yeah, you look kind of small.
It's a great camera, but it's weird.
Yeah.
So there, it's better than the old one where we'd always go blurry. There we go. See? Oh my Lord, what the hell is happening?
He's shrinking.
Oh my Lord, people. Anyway, so. But wow, what the heck is going on? Holy, you know what? Here, look at Hollis. Hollis, you keep talking.
Okay. Yeah. I'm talking. These cameras, like, even just it's taken me a really long time. That video you saw before about me talking, that's about my show that's finally going to be coming out. That's Holistics. And it's taken me a really long time to get to this point. But because these things just take time, and there's cameras and the audio and the lights. Like, we have this stuff, and then you have to figure out how to run it, and then you have to get a different thing, and you have to pay for it. And there's just a lot that goes into it. So as we know here, you guys, this is real. This is raw. We don't have a team. We don't have help. We don't have loads of resources or money. So it is what it is, but we've come pretty far, and we're independent, and we're proud of ourselves. And we thank all of you guys for tuning in, because you're going to just see the evolution, and it continued to get better. Like I said, even today, this is the first time actually in my own area here with my own equipment and the microphone, and hopefully it sounds better. But the point I was saying, even when you played that video, it had some glitches in it, and it's kind of annoying me, but
there's no reason for them.
I think it was the streaming, maybe, because the video, when I sent it to you, didn't have any pauses, and it kept like cutting. So we're going to get it. We're going to get it. But yeah, it's very exciting to be in the next evolution. I could finally start freaking, have you two thought about a curse jar and have quarters ready? You might even listeners to send you quarters.
Listeners to send quarters.
To not curse, or to do cursing, or to not?
Every time you curse, you put a quarter in. Honestly,
yeah,
that's
but then
ingenious.
You would curse even more.
That's only the people are sending it. If it's my own, no. So I don't have that much change on me anymore. You know, so that's kind of a good idea. You know, hang on, what? It's doing it again. Okay.
Dance small.
Anyway.
We
used to have a thing, right? Back in the first iteration when we first going live. It was literally a rage donation when we were using the other platform, like you're in the process of building. It was literally a thing where people could donate if they wanted a Dan rant. And I said, don't do that. And needless to say, they put it up anyway. And we made like $45 in the first 2 minutes. So you know what I did? I didn't give anybody a rant. I just told them all they were stupid sheep. And I cursed them out, and we made like another $40. It was really funny. So every time I would see it pop on the screen, I'm like, no! And hence why I produced my own show. But you know, it was funny. It was literally a rant donation. So yes.
Smart.
Yeah.
It worked. That's
now
cool.
you know. Now
Yeah.
you know. But anyway, did you see the person who said that not a brain cell between Josh and I?
I didn't see him. I heard you guys talking about it, but I was like, oh, who cares, I guess.
That's like lightweight curse. Are we featured on the Rumble tonight?
No.
Oh, damn. My heart
It's an exclusive privilege, Daniel. Only once in a while.
I know. When they show their love, you know? But that's okay. I was gonna say that's pretty lightweight for hate comments this week. Like, damn. You
Not
know?
bad. Not bad.
That's pretty good.
But let's not focus on them. Let's talk about something more important.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let's see. I have a question. Let me ask you something about the Epstein files. Where are people reading these? Because honestly, I've hear all this stuff about it. Obviously, I mean, everybody, that's all people are talking about. But where do you actually go and look at them? Is it just one big file? I haven't even looked. Is it what like? And did you say there's 2 million pages or something?
3 million, I think.
3 million? So what are people doing? Like, how are they finding this stuff about Steve Bannon? And I mean, I know how it's on there, but are they're combing through 3 million pages of stuff? Like, how do they even find this stuff? And is it open to the public? Like, is there a link that you just go and look at them?
Apparently so. It's doing it again. Apparently there is I guess it's like a DOJ website or something. I don't know. Chat room, if you know it, please feel free to to share, because sharing is caring. Because I honestly don't know the link. Wow. Like I'm pretty sure it's a DOJ. It was on the DOJ website or something like that. There's somewhere where you can go and you can like literally go through them all. And yes, I keep shrinking and it's uncontrollable.
Well, who cares? Just it is what it is. Let's don't worry about it. So, but my point is asking, or not my point, but my question is, where can we read these things? Because maybe we should do. I mean, maybe not right now, obviously, but like read through them with people. Because I think people are interested in where does it exactly say this stuff? Because I'll hear you
all over.
Yeah, but I want to see where it is. And there must be people going through these obviously all the time. 3 million pages? Like, where would you even know where to? I mean, there's a lot of people on the case, obviously, no pun intended. There's a lot of people looking. So, but you wonder where like the Steve Bannon name is and all that. Like, because I want to see like what page it's on and what exactly it says and about all the stuff you were talking about last week.
I saw there's like 2,000 text messages and email back and forth between Bannon and him.
And that's in these documents? Like it just says like text messages and stuff like that?
It shows the actual screenshots of the text messages.
That's crazy. I saw something online tonight on Twitter. It was like, I forget it who wrote it, but she was like, this one's probably going to break my heart the most, the Tom Hanks one. Again, these are things we've been saying this for like 3 years. Is Oprah on there? I'm sure. Like, are these where
Mick Jagger's on? That's why none of this stuff, like even like, yes, we should do a reading and I'm fine with it, but it's like I don't even need to see this because I've been talking about this for a decade.
Oh, I know. No, I know you don't need to, but I would like to see some of it.
Yeah, no, it's a smart idea.
No, and here's the thing too. It's crazy because, like you said, we've been saying this for like years. I mean, years, not just me and you. A lot of people have, and we were crazy and this, and now it's finally coming out. And now, and like I said to you, there's people now coming out like, oh my God, like I can't believe what's in the Epstein files. And it's like, are you really saying that because are you trying to now claim that you're shocked and horrified, or are you just doing that so people don't think that you were involved with it or that you knew about it?
My ass.
Because I think honestly, I think anyone who is in the Hollywood music industry who made a lot of money, not just music. I mean, obviously I go to music straight like first because I was a musician and I walked away, but I saw it. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot to it, but I never made it. I never did it. I never signed my soul away. I never got any. I think most people who are broke and never made any money from are the ones who like saw it or walked away or, didn't even go into it. But I see a couple people saying, oh my God, I'm horrified and I can't believe this has happened and all these people are implicated. I'm like, are you now just saying that so that you come out first saying like, so people are thinking, oh, they must not be involved, like to cover your own trail? Because I think it's almost impossible for anybody in the music industry don't really know what's going on, or not anybody who has any kind of success. Because when you look at my success, nobody's heard of me, probably. You know what I mean? Like, besides maybe like 5,000 people in the UK, like maybe has heard of my band, the Love Zombies and stuff. No one knows, but I was very, very close to making it. You know, I have a long story, and you should go on my music channel on A Voice of the People if you're interested, and watch the live stream I did. Dan, can you pull it up real quick?
I can. Hang on. You keep talking.
Go on to that and watch the live stream I made over a year ago. Again, now, because here's the thing that pisses me off. Now, all these people who made it, who benefited from it, who did know probably, I'm not saying they were involved, but probably no, turned a blind eye, didn't say anything then, but now all of a sudden, oh, I can't believe it. Oh my gosh, I must have been lucky to escape. No, you knew about it, and you were, like I said, maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't do anything bad. Of course, I'm not saying that, implicating anyone who is not in there or whatever. But don't tell me that you didn't know, like you didn't feel it was off yet. You played the game, because trust me, I had every opportunity to play the game, and I didn't do it all the way. You know, I mean, I was, it's a long story, but my point is, go and watch this video. It's the fourth one in there, the fifth one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one. You don't have to play it. But what does this say is the title there? I can't see it.
From struggle to strength, Hollis talks pain, purpose, and the creation of Voice of Freedom Records. And that's where she really goes into, like, you know, a little bit of the background of her actual story, and where she came from. But Hollis undersells herself notoriously, not because it's like a thing to do, because it's what she does. But she toured the world. She recorded at Abbey Road. She's done all these wonderful things, but you see, she never made anything for it. So they took her money. They basically, they used her because she went there with honest ambition, and because she chose not to play the games and chose not to get involved in the evils that were all around. And she knew something was wrong, which is why she wrote some of the things that she wrote. I mean, put some videos out that she put out 2015, before we were even dating. I seen it. She didn't even know, but knew. And that's
that was the thing, Dan. It was like, you were in it. Like, I can't lie and say I wasn't in it, but I didn't really know
partake the evil
until afterwards. You know what I mean? And it's a whole, that's why I'm always interested when this stuff comes out, because I lived through it. And I'm not here to be a victim or be like, oh, look what happened to me, because it's not really my style, because I'm just like, you know, I'm going to keep going. I believe in my music. I believe in me. I believe in God. I don't need all those people. I need some money. I need some resources. But I always said, and watch that video, because it's so true. It's just, you turn your victim mentality and what happened to you, your trauma, into strength, into victory. Because I always say, if those people, the industry, the people who tell you you're nothing without them, if you believe that and go away, never to be found again, or never to sing again, or never to entertain, or whatever is in your soul to do, it could be acting, it could be whatever it is, they win, you know, and they do a damn good job in just trying to destroy you, you know, and they do, you know, and it took me a long time to bounce back from it. But through all of that, we are literally in 2026. This is like, was in the music industry for like 15 years. And it was over 5 years ago that I left. And it was over 2 years ago that I finished the album. But it took me so long. I'm literally just about to release it, my first song on that album, like next month. I'm literally waiting to get my photo shoot. It's taken so long. And it's almost above, sorry, let me just scream, but it's almost like against all odds, against all a miracle that I'm still here and still going. And this album means so much to me. I mean, it's been, you know, it means so much. And I can't believe we're finally at the point, because why it means so much is that it's mine. You know, I wrote every note, every word, every lyric, every hook, every melody. Even the guitar parts, some of them, like I had help from one person. I paid for it. He doesn't own anything. He was great and he helped me because you can't do everything alone. He was a great engineer and he was able to do the buttons and I had to go sing and he put his spin on some parts, but I told him what to do and he was great. But the greatest thing about the whole album is it's not owned by anyone. And there's a song in there called The Devil in Me and it's all about Hollywood, but again, it's important. That's why, sorry, I'm stumbling my words. I'm very passionate here. But Voice of Freedom Records, go back and watch that live stream. It shows everything about why I'm doing this. And I told you in the video, and I didn't watch it. I watched it the other night for the first time since I recorded it almost a year ago. Time goes so fast because I wanted to do this a year ago in Maine, and then the shit hit the fan and it pushed me back and I didn't release it, but everything's meant to be and everything's in divine timing. I've come this far. I had patience. I feel like I was meant to be here. All there's photographers here. There's people who could really help me bring my vision to life. I couldn't do that in Maine. There was no one to help me. So here we could do it. So everything's divine timing. So, I kind of lost where I was. What was I saying?
No, you're talking about everything that's led to this point. So keep going.
Yeah. With that said, why Voice of Freedom is so important. I said, I'm going to be the first person I put out on that. Like, I never ran a record label. I mean, and in the stream, I talk about what a record label does. Back in the day, everything's different now. They really give you money. They distribute your music. But we built the vehicle. We're distributing it ourselves with the radio network, with the TV network, with the podcast platform you have, all of this stuff we've been building for freaking 20 years, 10 years. Not we, Dan was, but I was, joined in because we've been preparing because we know the content that we're going to launch is truly 100% real. It's by real artists. It's by real people, by real struggles. It's not owned by anybody. And the same thing with the music channel. So like I said, it all kind of points back to what I was saying earlier. There's people coming out now and I don't know, maybe we'll talk about it next time, but one particular video I saw of this girl who I knew who she was. I saw her at these parties. She had success with her metal band and stuff. And I don't know, she came out with this video like, oh my God, these Epstein I'm so mad about. Now, again, she could be. I'm not making any claims at all. But I kind of was like, are you serious? You didn't know what was going on. You had no idea. You just made it all the way up. Like, these people are all connected. They all know each other. Like, you're either asleep, you were turning a blind eye, but you benefited from all of it. And now you're crying oh my God, we have to save the world and this and that. Where were you a year ago? Where were you 5 years ago? You really didn't know. Like, yeah. I don't know. I'm just saying, again, I was in there. I'm telling you, I was at a party with this person. I know who this person is. There was times we crossed paths and she got opportunities I didn't get. And then she's touring the world. Okay. And she has her music videos and her makeup artist. And I'm here trying to figure out, how am I going to pay for my hair to get done, for my makeup, for my photo shoot? Okay. It's not a big deal, like third world problems or whatever. I'm not crying, but I'm just saying, like, there's a difference. Okay. There's a difference between us. You did take the money, you did take the record deal, you did take the route, and you got rewarded for it. Now I never got to do all that stuff. I got thrown out. I had to start again. I spent all my money on the album I'm about to release. I still spend all my money on and I've learned to do all my videos myself. There's a point to this. My point is, there's going to be people now coming out, and it pisses me off and it annoys me. So please, if you see my video, spread it. Spread the real person out there. I've been saying this forever because they're going to come out and psyop you again. All of a sudden, the people who are like, oh, it's so bad, are just maybe protecting themselves. Now, again, I'm not saying about this particular person. They could really just be horrified. But come on, you don't know. You were at these parties. You had a record deal. You don't know the game you're playing. Like, I get it. I do and I don't. Again, I keep just saying it, reiterating the fact that not everybody who's taking a record deal is bad. There's a lot of people get into it and like, oh, and they get out or they leave. You hear all these stories. There's some good people, but they're going to come out now and be like, oh, I didn't know. Yeah, you did, because you can't get that far if you don't know something. It doesn't mean you killed anybody or did any, or really knew. Maybe you're blackmailed. A lot of people are blackmailed. And again, maybe the people who are blackmailed could not even be bad. They were at a party. These monsters drug them. They do something bad. They videotape them, and now they're in captivity. Like, they can't say anything against these people. You know what I mean? So I guess my point is just asking now. It's like, okay, it's going to be interesting because I saw another video coming out. I'm not suicidal, and I'm talking out about it. Now you're talking out about it. But the people who were talking out about it a year ago, 2 years ago, like Dan and I and others too, we don't have any money. They banned us. They made sure I could barely get back out there and do my music. It was, thank God I had my mom to go home to. When I was thrown out there, they didn't give a shit what happened to me. It's a good thing I never got into drugs. I used to drink a lot. I don't drink anymore. They didn't care. It would be better just go away. That's what they do. They break you. And if you do get into it, they make sure you're hooked on drugs or alcohol. You get all messed up. It's crazy what they do. So the fact that I made it out and I'm still here, and it's hard. It's hard without the big money, but you don't do it for that. That's why I'm proud, and it's like piece by piece, and it's coming, and no one owns me. And that's why Voice of Freedom Records is so important. And it's really cool when I go back and look at it, because now even we're a year later here, and people are going to start looking for this stuff even more. My point is, I'm warning, there's going to be the people who come out claiming, oh my gosh, I didn't know. We have to protect the people. Where were you? Where were you?
Oh, okay. Thank you, Travis and Charlene. Boom. There it is. Hollis. That's where you could find the Epstein.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool.
Thank you.
Wow. Okay, good. Thank you. So I didn't even look at it. I want to look at it. I mean, is it literally right there, like 3 million pages?
It's like files and shit like that. But yeah, you'll find everything.
Wow. So anyone in the chat room, did you guys see any names in there that surprised you or not? Like, Dan, you said no one surprised you. But is like Oprah in there? Is Ellen DeGeneres? Are they in there just their name? Or like, what's going on? Who are the most implicated ones, like where the most stories are about? Like, is Tom Hanks, when people are saying Tom Hanks, does it say like he did? I didn't look enough to know. I sound really dumb right now, but tell me, do you know?
I have no idea. I didn't look. I don't care about Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks has always been a piece of shit pedophile as far as I'm concerned. So, alleged. And there's enough stories to go into that one. So I don't know what's in the files about him. There's a lot of names in the files, though, of people that just had contact, or he was setting up like hit list on, people he wanted to take out politically, people he wanted to take out whatever, people he didn't like. So
Jeffrey Epstein obviously wanted to take out all these people.
Mm-hmm. He worked with Bannon to take down Trump.
Isn't it crazy though? Like, the reason why, I know you say I don't care and I don't care, but a couple of years ago, literally when COVID hit and we were watching that video of that lady about, was it QAnon in the news? She's like, there's a master plan in motion to save human. The QAnon thing with that was Australian. She had an accent. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm talking about? I remember watching it right around COVID, and it was talking about Pizzagate, and but don't worry, there's a grand plan to save it all. And that was the first time I've ever seen that video. We should try to find it. But I was hoping it was going to come true. And then of course, over the next 5 years, everyone's like, oh, it's fake. But the point is saying it's kind of cool finally to be validation. Like, this is everyone was looking at Tom Hanks as Oprah, Ellen's leaving the country, Ellen leaving the country, like all these whatever that no one believed. Oprah is eating babies. Oprah has an orphan village, a village of orphans, and they're like, does it say that kind of stuff in there? I don't know. Again, I haven't looked. So there's, again, the infatuation with jerky. That's the one that keeps. First off, Pizzagate was real. Now you even have the most rabid, hardcore anti-Q people having to admit that, the QAnon stuff was crazy, but it was actually right. Yeah, well, it's because it's been known for a very long time. Again, like you said, you don't want to be right. Yeah, like who wants to be right about this? Go back. Well, no one has to go back, but back to our shows for the last 2 years. We're like, is Oprah eating babies? Like, it sounds crazy, But
it's
in
why did Roseanne talk about how they're eating babies, they're bloodletting because they have baby harvesting organs. They're creating the thing that nobody want to talk about. We talked about on Sunday night was the jerky. Nobody wants to make mention of the jerky. They were making jerky out of the skin of babies that they would chop up, they would harvest, they would try to do various science experiments with stem cells, all these other things, human fetal tissue. So they were harvesting like that. You had baby mills essentially.
And that was the whole thing too. I remember obviously just being like, they were drinking the adrenochrome to stay young and like, and being in Hollywood of how, sorry to curse, beep, messed up it is. Like, listen, guys, I lived there. I lived there for 5 years in Hollywood. No, longer. I lived in LA on and off for 8 to 10 years. Okay, I went to London, but so about 10 years. And then you see it, like, it's a completely different world. They're obsessed, obviously, about how they look. The whole lifestyle is to go to the gym fast, like get your nails done. Like, that was your whole life, And I was in it for a little bit, but I didn't really care. But you had to like play the part, whatever. So I was like, it was like weird. I just like lived through it and saw what it was. But I wasn't even at a high level, so I could only imagine, But these rules don't apply to these people. Like, they have no rules. Obviously, we know it now. The Jeffrey Epstein. So they don't think they're human. They have no rules. They could do whatever they want, and they do. And obviously, but it's just like sick. Obviously, it's sick. But like, what drives people to this? It's like when you have more money than you know what to do with, what do you just get bored and see or you're just purely evil? I mean, it has to be, you know what I mean?
It's more so just purely evil, sick bastards. And that's the thing. It's like people,
But you wonder, does the money turn them sick? Because you wonder, okay, so
No, they were always sick.
Yeah.
And they're always trying to achieve more. They're always trying. See, you sound like you're one of the smarter ones that didn't let them drag you down into it. See?
Oh, thank you. Well, Charlene, I said not problem. It saved my life probably when I was discovered. I was older, which is like the deadly sin in Hollywood. You know what I mean? Oh, you're in your late 20s. You're never gonna make it because they feed on the youth. They feed on the people who are literally set. Poor choice of words, but literally, right? They want young people who have no idea what they're part of because they'll go along with it. They want the cash cows to make them the money. Like when I would say I got my break or something, when I got to the next level and met someone who was putting me out with all that, what was 2010. So I was in my late 20s. But even then it was old because they want like people who are like 16, 17, 18. Even they would say, oh, you're too old. You're not going to like really make it, blah, blah, blah. So it was because I was older and I had always been awakened, but I never knew it until I got out of it, how deep and lucky I was to actually have escaped it. I have a lot of stuff about this. It's on my music channel. It's on, I did a Patreon and I still have some videos up there, but I talked a lot about it. I don't like to really live in the past because I escaped it and it's about moving forward. And, but my point is I always feel blessed that I got out of it and I didn't witness any of these parties or any of that, but because I was at a little bit of a lower level, but it was still where these people were. So I wasn't ever really invited in and I'm so glad I wasn't. And I always wonder like why, but I'm so glad I was never invited in and I was too old. I was like damaged goods or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? So, but I think that saved my life being old but my point too, why I felt I was stuck in there so long, or again, I didn't know all this until afterwards when you look back. But when I was in it, I was thinking, well, if I could just get a platform, I'm going to tell everybody about what's going on. I'm going to sing about it, but not realizing. So when I was in it, like I said, I was just like, felt like I'll be the sacrificial. I'm going to tell people, I'll sacrifice so I can tell and warn people of what's going on in the world, whatever, not realizing you're never going to be able to do it or say it. Because once you speak out, you can't do that. As Dan said, you can't do it from within. And then they're going to make sure you're quiet and don't say anything,
Yeah, you're 100% right. And that's part of the reason why, because I mean, you know the things that I've done over the years. Audience knows bits and pieces, but doesn't know the extent of it. For me, it's like not a matter of, yeah, talk about it. It's good. People should see and know, but whatever you think you're seeing and knowing, it's only a small portion. Some of us have seen these evils up close a long time ago, over a decade ago, and I seen more than I cared to. And there's a reasons.
Yeah.
I mean, I was already standing up and fighting against these people before that, but that's what led me to see even worse stuff. And you see just how bad it is. And believe me, that's why politics, music, Hollywood, they're all interconnected. They're all interwoven.
And you know what? It's crazy too, because that book that we put out, the digital book, the New World Order and all that, like I said, it's such a long story. But when I met Dan, after I met Dan a while after I had left. Well, when did I leave? So I met you like 2 years. I was like out of it for almost 2 or 3 years before I met Dan, literally recovering, because I was just like, if you go back, and if you're interested, guys, you could go on to VOPUSA under entertainment. There's a series called Hollis Playhouse. And I made that during COVID. If anything you want to know, if you're interested in the story, go and watch that. It's like 10 episodes it's called Hollis Playhouse. It takes from the beginning, how I went back to Scranton, how I started rebuilding my life. And here we are 5 years later from that. And it talks all about that. But God, why is this happening? I lost my train of thought again. You're there to remind me. Are you really listening?
You're talking about, before you met me and coming back to Scranton and all that good stuff.
Yeah. But then I lost where I was going with it.
Well, you were saying like the things you learned about after you were out, after you were gone, you were recovering.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Yes. So anyway, 2 or 3 years later is when I met Dan. Now, during that period, when I went back to Scranton, and I was just kind of trying to make sense of it all, because, in Hollis Playhouse, it tells the whole story kind of in a you'll see it. You should watch it. It's good. It's good. And I edited it all. That was during the period of those 2 or 3 years where I was like, I'm not giving up. I was broken. I had no money. Like, thank God my mom, I was back at her house. So you'll see it all, and trying to piece together what had happened. Like, what was all that? It was like a bad dream. Some of it was good. There was good in some of it. It's not all bad, but it just was crazy. So then that's when I met Dan, and he had filled me in on everything, because when I met Dan, he had told me about his political stuff. And he even said, he said, you've seen the music industry is like kindergarten compared to politics. And I didn't even believe him at the time. Not that I didn't believe him, but I was like, he's like, it's all connected. And then Dan and I both started putting names together. I'm like, you know that person? He was in the music industry. He's like, yeah, he was at my political rally. And I was like, and we started seeing the freaking people, the patterns, the people, all politics, music. And then he explained more of everything that was going on. And then I remember, I was like, we need to write the New World Order little thing there, because he was explaining to me. Now, I didn't really even understand what handlers meant. I didn't realize that I was probably had the same thing. You know what I mean? I didn't know. I didn't know I had a handler. I didn't know any of this stuff. That when he told me, I was like, oh my gosh, that makes so much sense. Oh my gosh. And then that's why we made the tiers and the things like, there's us, and then there's the handlers and the agents and the music producers. They discovered the talent, and then they're run by these people, and then they're run by the celebrities, then they're run by the news, and then they're run by the politics. And it's this whole thing that I didn't understand. So now I understand it more, and that's why I have no desire. I never wanted to go back to Hollywood, or like, I didn't care. I was like, screw you. I'm going to make my own Holliswood. I said, we're gonna freaking have, because maybe it's never been done before. I said, I've been sitting here waiting for Hollywood to burn down. And then literally in my song, The Devil in Me, I have a whole part that says, let's watch it burn to the ground, way before the fires started happening and P. Diddy and all that all went, and I'm just like, hello, we're here. I'm here when you're ready, guys. If there's any real artists out there who are sick of it and want to help, like, we can help each other. Like, we're literally, I always say it's going to be run by an artist. I want to put my own music out on it first, and then we help each other and put real music out there. And I would never do to people what has been done to me and countless others, So it's like the world needs a change, and we're here. We've been here waving the flag, and we're not going anywhere. And it's just good. It's interesting to see. Not interesting. Yeah, interesting is the right word, but also not gratifying, I guess, because it's really messed up. But it's nice to see finally people waking up and saying, well, we've been here. Hello. But I guess back to my main point. I'm sorry I went on and on about these people coming out in the music industry. Oh, I had no idea. Oh my gosh, I was only at all the parties with all these people, and I was only touring the world and making money, and I was only have all this. I didn't know we had to do something. I didn't know about the Epstein. I didn't know these people were around me and they were so bad. Yeah, you did, but you looked away, and some of us didn't look away. We left, and we were left with nothing. So whatever, each to their own. It's not like I'm jealous, but it's just like, don't be such a hypocrite. You did know, so maybe you should just keep your mouth shut. So it's so hypocritical. It's like you benefited off of it, you knew it, and now all of a sudden you're all about where were you 2 years ago? You took the cash, you took the easy, you took the shortcut, you took the way. You didn't ever really cared. You stepped on other people like who were real to get there, and so. Whatever. My point is saying this is a lot of people are going to come out, and then people who are uninformed will go give them their dollars. Don't give them their dollars. Give me your dollar. Give Dan your dollar. We're telling the truth here, and we're here for the real people who are going to find us, and eventually they will. But my point is just saying, just beware.
Yes, and and it's just Charlene. So you're 100% right, Charlene. And
oh my gosh, I was so protected by getting out of there, and it was, and like I said, I was no angel, and I had to like freaking deal with the guilt. But I always was kind of like, oh man, I felt bad. I was like mad at myself. I was like, gosh, I must have been so superficial, and I wanted fame and fortune, and it's not really. Then I had to forgive myself for that and realize that no, we are based. This whole society is made up of, you're young, you don't know, and they're all just trying to tell you your whole self-worth is only if you're famous or if you have money or if you're, and I think I was just insecure. At the end of the day, you're insecure, you want to be somebody, and everything. Oh, how much money do you have? That's the only thing that's important. So it was this whole growth journey of realizing I don't want any of that. That never fulfilled me. I was in first class. I was in hotels. I did all this stuff I thought was like I was after, until I got there and realized not at this price, not when you have no friends around you know who you could trust. Everyone's a snake. They're doing drugs. They're doing alcohol like all the time. You're losing yourself. You have to escape. I see why all these people die, celebrities in it, because you don't know who to trust. It's horrible. It's so bad. Like I said, I walked away from that era. I have no friends from that whole time. None. Don't talk to anybody. No bandmates. Nothing. So it was a whole like, what's the cost? And I always knew that. Something felt off the whole time, and everything was so freaking fake. You never know who could trust, who's just using you because you knew this one, or could you get ahead? It's the same thing with politics. So Dan was right about that, about the politics. Like, I think politics, I don't know. It's all fake. It's so bad. Not you guys, obviously, you know that, but it's like, oh my gosh. But again, the birds of the feather, it's all the same thing, just different tentacles and different thickness of the tentacles. There's the big head at the top and and it's all same thing. But we always knew this. Some people might be waking up now. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of good like that.
I think more and more people are waking up, and that's the thing. And it's like, again, a lot of people want to deny these things existed. And that's why what you're doing is important, because it's not just, oh, give us money, we're trying to, no, you're actually trying to create this safe haven. You saw a problem, you're trying to create a solution. Before it was like in style. Now all these people want to come out and be like these heroes. Right. Now you're actually trying to do it because you escaped it on your own.
And that's why I'm saying, like, I'm glad sorry, I'm getting hot here, guys. I'm taking it off. It's getting hot in this room. But no, it's the truth. Like, because I see it, and it's happened to Dan as well. It's like, again, we sacrificed. We didn't care about the money, but in order to continue to do what we're doing, that's very important. It's a mission. It's important. We need money, and we're not going to take it from the fakes and the fraud. Like, not that they're going to give it, but you know what I mean? We never sold out, but you need money to continue to really do it. And the sad thing is that people really don't catch on until it's already built. So you feel like kind of you're in this, you need money to do it, but people won't really give until they see it's, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, my point is it's going to get hijacked again with all of a sudden, give me money because I'm against Jeffrey Epstein and I have a record label. I've said this so many times, right, Dan? Remember in the kitchen, I did a video of it. I was like, beware, they're going to come out again and say, there's going to be new music people out. Join my record label. We're all about artists first and creator back, when they're not. You know what I mean?
Trying to change your colors.
It's going to be the same thing, just like with like with independent media. Oh, get my sterling silver. They were real or whatever. You're not, and then meanwhile, they have the money to get the promotions to feed it to the people who are not smart enough to see through it,
No.
Yes. Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah. And that's exactly why. Like, I can't wait to put out my song. Well, it's my first EP. I'm going to be putting out an EP before the album. That one probably won't come out till next year, but I'm going to put like a song out at a time. And my first EP is called Where Did You Go, Girl? And it's all about it. It's like the whole freaking song and EP and theme of it all is like, it's for the innocent. It's for the voices. Like you said, the people who don't have a voice anymore. The ones that you'll never hear of. You hear of, some people, there's so many you've never heard of. Just like I could have been the same story. I'm just still here. I could have died at a party. No one would know, cared. No one knew who I was. Just another, what's it called? Like a bystander, or what's it called? Collateral damage. Is that the word? No.
Yeah, that's appropriate.
Kind of, just like there's so many people like me who go out with like good souls, like people who really went out not even knowing what they got involved in, and all of a sudden they're dead, or they're druggies, or they're washed up. Like, they ruin you, they destroy you. It takes a really strong person to live through it and then to actually get back out there and do it again.
That's the challenge, because you can't let them, when you're doing something, you're doing from a place of passion and your heart and your soul. And that's a gift from God. And you're kind of denying what God gave you, the talents, and put it to good use. Not be about the vanity, not be about self-service, be about service, be about passion.
And that, Dan, is exactly what I said. The saddest thing, and I think why I fight so hard for it, I think the saddest thing in the world is literally for people to not be able to follow their passion, to follow what's in their heart. Like, they make it so difficult for songwriters. They make it, and musicians, they make it really difficult for creatives to get anywhere, like because of the music industry that makes one person have $1 billion and a millionaires. There's like 20 millionaires and everyone else is like scraping for pennies. It's so imbalanced. It's so wrong. The world would be so much happier with good music and artists and, like more, but it has been hijacked, and it's the saddest thing ever. And I know, because I had to go and work other jobs, and that I knew is not in my heart. You're miserable, and your soul and what you've been given as a gift to share to the world is just not allowed. And it's not because you don't have the talent. It's not because God doesn't want you to. It's because of these people who've hijacked music. They made everything a commodity, the gifts that are given. And not just for us, but for you guys. How many people love music that saves them? How many people still listen to oldies and all that music that was so heartfelt? And some of the stories they went through. Look at the story of Badfinger. I always bring it up. That's just one of them. They were so screwed over by their managers. I think both of them killed themselves. Could be wrong about that. But, but this is what they do. And most artists, they're like souls. They don't care about money that much. They don't. But it's just, you need it. And it's just, they just take the most beautiful souls who create for themselves, but for the world too. It was most supposed to be there, and they destroy them. And I think that's, like I said, that's why I fight, because I know a couple people. I mean, a lot of people. I know artists myself, like other people who I know gave up because it was so hard. And now they're working wherever, scraping by, they're depressed, on drugs, because they couldn't do it. Why? Not because they were untalented, because it's been hijacked, because they couldn't even afford have a pot, what that's saying, a pot to piss in. They can't even have that. Why? Because they're a musician? No, it's because they took the stupid people, made them puppets, gave them millions and millions of dollars, and they get everything and we get nothing. Just like does that sound familiar? The elites, they have everything. We have nothing. It's the same with music, and art and everything. It doesn't have to be like that, So I keep talking a lot, but back to the main point is saying the saddest thing in life is to not be able to at least to follow your passion. And I know that it's hard to make a living, just go be an artist, musician. But if you die without that song out of you, or without that painting, or whatever it is, if cooking, whatever it is, just because you have to be a slave because you can't even think about doing that. You're so distracted by the bills that they've done this to us. And that's the part that always makes me so mad. It's like, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. And when I see other people who just need a chance, that's why we did this. That's why it's like, it's like, we got to raise the money to help real people. There's not that many, but I think there are, but they're undiscovered. And that's what Voice of Freedom Records is. And I'm putting myself out there as the first one, figure out how it does, just because honestly, I don't want to be in the music industry. I don't want a record label. Yes, I would love the help to get it out there to more people. I don't want to be in that music industry. I want to make something new. And even if it's just 2 people to start or 3 people, we grow it organically and quality over quantity, and it's real instead of fake, because little by little you get there. But no one wants to take the long route. No one wants to put in the work. Everyone wants a shortcut. And that's all we deal with is people. What can I get from you? You guys know you're sick of the story. That's all it is. But we're building it, and it's for those voices, the innocents, like this, the people that need to be protected. I want to protect there's men too, but I want to protect those good souls out there who they don't deserve that. I mean, no one does, but you know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think that's where when you're doing it for the right reasons, that's what matters, And that's why even when I go on my rants and I go on my tangents and everything else, it's not because I'm trying to be this fake person to try to get clicks or try to get this or try to get that. No, it's because I'm passionate, because you care.
I know.
And when you've seen evil, you want to beat evil. When you've come up against evil and you live to tell its story, even though they try to kill you and they try to destroy everything that you have, but you were able to do some good in spite of it. It's like you got to keep fighting, but this isn't a place for softcore. This isn't a place for soft people. This isn't a place where you're going to pray the evil away. This is, you have to stand firm in your faith and belief in God. But like I always said, God gave you a warrior spirit for a reason.
And you have to fight. Like you always say, fight. You have to fight. You have to fight for it. And like Dan has told me things that I wish I didn't know. You know what I mean? Because you don't want to know. And people really don't get it. Like, and that's why we get so mad at these influencers and all that. It's like, they're part of it. They are part of it because you're hiding. If we told you some of the stuff that Dan's seen, and this was 10 years ago, longer. That's why he's been fighting. It's because he couldn't, just like me. He couldn't, just like when people came to us in Maine and told me what was happening and their house was getting stolen. We couldn't, and kids they knew what was happening. You can't just go to sleep and say no. Yeah, we lost things. We risked, because it's not about selfish. It's not for ourselves. It's like, I'm sorry. I can't just, when people are dying or when there's missing kids and who's doing it, you can't just, and if more people said stuff, it wouldn't happen. But it happens because there's silence and people are pussies.
No,
sorry.
To quote the man, or Donald Trump said to Mike Pence before January 6th, you have a decision to make how history will judge you as a patriot or a pussy. He made his choice. And if more people were willing to stand for something rather than believe anything and follow everyone
and stand for, sorry, Dan, stand for each other. But that's the thing too. Again, part of the design, dehumanize. Maybe we should talk about that next week because we're going to be talking about that for a long time. But dehumanize, empathy. There's no empathy. Like people. Oh, that wasn't my kid that got that wasn't mine. That wasn't it wasn't me. Almost like, oh, we're computers. It's almost like it doesn't even exist. Like, there's not enough empathy. And again, computers, robots, the kids are being trained to not even know what is human, how to connect. So who cares if someone just gets killed? Oh, okay, it's not me. They don't really care until it's coming for you. But that's why we've been, even in Maine, it was like, they're coming for you too. They're going to come for your land, your house next. It might not be you today, but no one was caring. No one stood up. It's just like, that's why I said it's the last generation is people like me, like you, people who are older than us, like you guys in the chat room, people maybe a little bit younger, but we have a duty to at least try to save the humanity or like show people. Again, I think we'll save that for next time. We'll talk about AI and all that stuff, you know?
And what they're doing and how it's all by design. Yeah, we can make that next week's lead off topic because there's it's all the grand design. That's why I think I had no you need to understand, I think everybody knows this. I do not pre-plan my shows, obviously. So I don't plan to talk about a topic or anything else. Even if I title it something, God only knows if I actually stick to that title.
Keep talking. Oh, is that too loud? Sorry.
No, you're good. Here,
I'm sorry, just going to go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay, I'll take her off screen. There we go. She's going to use the facilities. But like, excuse me. Like, I don't intend to say the things that I say, or pre-plan it. It's just when you're so infuriated by what's being done and you see it, when you've lived long enough and gone through enough and have actually, like I said, come up against these demons and fought these demons and have sacrificed, and not to say, oh, woe is me, to say that I know what you're doing. I see you for what you are. And you see, we met somebody at the Believers Summit, Turning Point on Media Row. And he's a former Navy SEAL, but he was also an activist against illegal immigration back in 2008 onward. He actually was, influenced to hold a rally in California based off my rallies that I was having in Pennsylvania, New York, Jersey, Indiana, where else. So, and he was a really good dude. And he was there, before it was a thing. And at first it was, you Google your name, you're a Nazi, you're a white supremacist, you're this, you're that, you're targeted, you're this, you're all these evil things. And then they did something different. Because remember, when I would hold my events, I'd have sometimes 5,000, sometimes 30,000 people. And who was doing that back then? Nobody. And it's not because I'm so wonderful, but because people were passionate and cared. But what did they do? They memory hold us. Why? Because, like I said to you last week, the establishment, one of the things they fear more than anything else in the world is they fear an awakened populace. But the other thing they fear are those who have been around long enough, and this is older generations that aren't vaxxed and dumbed down and lost, or those who fought it and are still here, even though they try to make that not a reality. They fear what we mean, what we represent, because we come at it like I was talking about with Josh, and like Hollis said, we're fighters. So it's not like this passive pussification type of activism or this online BS that you see nowadays. We are fighters. Like, you want to go kick in that door and rescue the kids and kill everybody in the room. I would do that. I would do that without even thinking twice. That's a terrible thing to say because you're on mute. Now I could hear you.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but go right back to your point. But I was going to say, like just what you said. Remember that lady on the train and the guy killed her and everyone just stood there like, and that lady
recorded it on their phone.
Or that lady who was on fire in the subway and they're just standing there and it's like, help her. Like, what the heck? Like, what has happened to this? We're like, help her. And it just, so go ahead, back to your point. But that was obviously,
Yeah, this is how they've lobotomized, dehumanized, and vaccinated and dumbed people down to be numb to this and to be egotistical to, like you always say, what is ego? Edge God out, right? That's your saying. Yeah. And it's very true because they want to dehumanize you. They want to separate from yourself, separate you from empathy, from God, from everything, a sense of decency. So people like us pose a threat because I've seen all this play out before. I've seen many iterations of this with, when I was doing my thing, then we had people come in and try to take it over. They failed, but they made money and they screwed people over, did bad things. Then it was a Tea Party, came in with money, lied to people, took more money, did nothing but broke people's hearts. It's like all these things just regurgitates. So they want to silence the smaller ones, but we refuse to die. we refuse to back down, and that's their problem. So they fear you, and they fear people like us, as long as you're willing to put it to action. We're people of action, not people of just talkers. There's a shit ton of you people watching right now, so there's obviously a reason why you're watching. It's not because I'm maybe because she's hot, but it's not like it's so entertaining. But it's because we're having different types of discussions. It's not your basic mundane bullshit. It's regular conversation. But people have forgotten what regular people sound like when they talk. You might agree, you might disagree, it might be whatever. But what it comes down to is we could all agree. And even back then, when the people who wanted to kill me, when I saw something bad happen to them, guess who helped them? Me. People that I was surrounded with, we helped them. Part of me would have loved to freaking watch them suffer, but you do the right thing in spite of. It's like taking an oath to serve, and in spite of.
That's the thing, Dan. But we experienced it too, though. You understand why some people stay quiet and they don't, because
I do.
Because they take everything from you, right? Like even with what happened in Maine and stuff. A lot of that was because you spoke out. I think and you lose things, But I think it does. And again, it's not saying you're better than anyone else, or if anyone else was scared and didn't say anything, they're bad. I'm not saying that at all. But there are certain people, like I've always felt in a weird way, I was here for a mission. Like I never really could explain it, but it was just like, your soul knows something deeper. Like I've been here before. It was like this time around, if people believe in past lives or they were here before or whatever. But like this time around, like I don't have kids. Like I don't care that much about money. Like I talk about it a lot because it's like, I want it because I know if I have it, it will help me get this out further. That's really it. It's resource. I rejected it just like Dan. He could have made millions. It's bigger than I guess the thing is saying, you're able to see something bigger than yourself, and you're here for something bigger than your own comfort, than your own safety and security in your little bubble. And I get it. Like I said, not everybody feels like that. Not everyone's willing to sacrifice or the hell that they go through, because they make it difficult. They control everything, right? They make sure you have no credit, so you can't do this. You're one paycheck away from losing your house. You're one paycheck. Then, God forbid, that's why, again, it's kind of people who don't have kids like Dan and I, like, there's no reason for us not to keep going and doing it. They'll threaten your kids. Like they'll try to, they come after your kids, so, and then people don't want to say anything. Well, I have a family. I don't want to say anything. I understand, but at the same time, that's the problem. That's why they could get away with it the way they do, because especially if they threaten your kids, people are like, okay, I have kids. I can't be involved in this. I can't talk, so it's a vicious cycle. But I guess it's kind of cool at this time to be alive that Trump and what's going on, they are going after these people, and it's coming out finally. And if this happens, then maybe we can, everything you were trying to do, Dan, and I've been trying to do, maybe there will be a shift and there'll be decency, humanity back in the world. Just like I say, the way that life is supposed to be. It was never supposed to constantly everybody be miserable. Everybody's in a struggle. Everyone's depressed. Everyone's on medicine. Everyone's, disconnected, just coping mechanisms. Everyone's smoking, puffing, doing drugs, alcohol. Not everybody, but it's coping mechanisms. This is a hard world, but they made it like this. It's that, God gave us this experience to come here and get to, enjoy the fruits of life, like be able to do things like go on a vacation. I always say the same thing, but it's so true. It's like most regular people who just want the basic things of life. They want to have a family. They want to experience love. They want, like I said, to go on vacation, experience the joys of life, have nice food, be able to go to the grocery store and not be worried like, oh, do I have money to pay for it? Healthcare, it's like they made it like so impossible for like 80% of the people in the world. And it's not supposed to be like that. Like everybody in their life should be able to at least once see Europe, or if they want to, if that's what they want, or be able to go. Like it seems so unattainable for so many. I met people who said they've never been on a plane and they couldn't afford it. Like you should be able to enjoy the life a little bit,
It's all about controlling people and keeping them confined in their cage, a rat in a cage.
Yes.
And that's how they manipulate and they control and they dominate, and they've programmed people to feel this way, think this way. And it's what they do. It's how they operate. They keep you constantly beaten down because they don't want you to realize your own strength and know how much value you have and how strong your words can be and your actions can be. They want you to feel less than. They want you to feel like you're always in perpetual chase mode. They want you to feel, like defeated constantly. And we're all guilty of feeling it. But the thing is no matter what we endure, and we've endured hell, we don't share it with the world. We tell you a lot, but we don't share everything. We've been through hell, not between her and I. Thank God. I thank God above for that. I'm blessed with my best friend as my wife. But, it's what we've had to endure together. And a lot of it, she didn't deserve. She got all this stuff that I didn't deserve it. I sure as hell didn't expect, hey, gonna get married, gonna buy a house, everything's gonna be great. Then all of a sudden, boom, they start attack, right? And then she has to bear that burden, so it's like all this back and forth thing. But you know what? At the end of the day, we always pull out, not because we're so wonderful and wise and whatever, because we know enough to see it for what it really is. And we're connected enough to the God that's inside of us, the God, the creator, the energy, the spirit, the life, the love, the fighter, the power, the passion. And it motivates us because we know the only way we can assure that we'll never get ahead is if we give up. If we give up, then we've given up on our own free will and our own mind and our own hearts. Then, as far as I'm concerned, we're besmirching God at that point. So we have to fight even though it's hard. And yeah, it's been a bitch. It's been really, really hard. But
and I always say, Dan, and we always say it, sorry, the 3D world. We're like, oh, it's a 3D world bullshit. It's like, oh, how the unemployment, the job, the whatever, the health, that everything. It's just like, because I'm like, I feel so happy inside in so many ways, and then everything crumbles around you. Oh, how are we going to pay this? Daddy lost his job, and then the unemployment didn't come, and then this happened, and then whatever. It's like one thing after another. The car doesn't work, like all that, and it's just, but at the end of the day, if you're connected to yourself and health is the biggest thing, without that, you're nothing. You're not even here, but at the same time, I was going to say, it's so sad, but it also then, it's all a cycle. It all contributes because it's like this. That's why people are so catty against each other. Step on anyone to get to the top, because no one wants to experience being at the bottom because it sucks. But it's just like, and so it's people then always competing against each other. And oh my gosh, I want to make it big. No, you go to Hollywood because you want to escape this. You know what I mean? You want to escape. Oh, if I just get money, if I just make it big, I'll escape. I don't have to be worried about that and the bills and this and that. I'll be rich. And that's why then people just do whatever it takes to get there because they don't want this. It's a cycle. I mean, it's just crazy.
It's a cycle. It's just like you said. It's a perpetual cycle to keep you held down, to keep you feeling less than, to keep you defeated, to keep you conquered. It's how they operate.
And then, like I said, though, but like, what I'm saying, though, then the quality of people is just like, then that's why you see everyone backstabbing each other. And because it's like, they made it like this, like do anything for money. Like, you look at all these TV shows but that's just like real life. Like they'll do betray and real life. Why am I talking about TV shows? You lived it. You've seen every single person betray you. Everybody. Why? For what? They sold you out for money. Yeah. Not one stayed for the mission. Not one gave a shit. They all screwed you over for money. They took the dollar. They took all of them. I don't think there's one that you told me that didn't. Not one. Because they care about that more than themselves. I mean, that more than anything else. But there are some out there. There's not many, but that they will sell you down the river to get ahead because they don't want to go through what's on the bottom. It's not fun.
They live in a false world, a protected world, it's a different class. It's not a class system. They already built that. They already created that. It's something else. And they don't know what it is to suffer or struggle. But if you know what suffer and struggle is, you are better for it. And it doesn't ever leave you. But I believe the bigger lesson is, what do you take from it? And how do you move forward? And how do you respond? And how do you react? That's the lesson. That's the lesson for ourselves. And we're never going to have the answers until we're dead, But at the same time, do you just roll over and die, or do you keep pushing forward?
And then I think that's another thing too, where it's like, I always said this too, it's just not just me saying it, it was in a song too. It's like freedom is when you have nothing left to lose. I think it's Janis Joplin. You know, freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. When you really, like, again, yeah, you have your life. I'm not saying we have nothing to lose. God forbid, you know, like you want to die, but it's just like when people have something to lose, for instance, the Epstein files, all those people in there, they could be blackmailed. All of them. Why? They have maybe a lot of materials to lose, right? They have reputation, houses, cars, kids, whatever. They have their lifestyle to lose. That's why everyone's quiet. So even flipping back to what I said earlier, maybe some of these people really didn't know what's going on, but they did. All the P. Diddy parties, they turned a blind eye. Does that make you complicit? Does that make you guilty of committing a crime? Kind of. You're complicit in it. It wouldn't have kept going if you weren't there. All the assistants, all this, let's just turn a blind eye. Like you, even at that shitty job you worked at, Carvana, you couldn't even work there because they were selling bad cars to people. Like you didn't want to be part of it. So you could have stayed there, made your check, kept going. You know what I mean? Not that you hated it anyway, but like you're feeding the machine. So what's worse, being part of it? Like there, you know, like Danielle, she left Pfizer. She couldn't do it. She walked away. You know what I mean? She could have stayed and fed the machine, but she couldn't do it. You know, that's just one example, but it's like people just, you're feeding it. But again, because you know why? Because they didn't want to lose the lifestyle. Oh, I'm P. Diddy's assistant. I'm just making this up. I don't know if that part is true, but you know what I mean? I'm P. Diddy's assistant. I don't know what's going on. God, if they come after him, then I'm going to lose my Ferrari and my mansion in the freaking Beverly Hills, you know? So yeah, you are part of it. Maybe you didn't directly do anything so like kill anyone or do anything. You're complicit. So silence is compliance. That's why it's annoying when I see now people coming out. It's yes, you did know. You absolutely knew. Please. Maybe like you didn't see it and I guess keep saying the same thing. You weren't part of it. So I'm not saying that, but it was an open secret. Didn't they all say that? They all knew.
Of course. And it's been
and the people who left, you'll never hear of. They're probably most of them are dead. They're giving up. They're washed up drug addicts. Sorry to be mean. That's the truth. The people who were really good souls, they're the ones who got thrown out. A lot of them are dead. Some of them are probably still out there, but most of them are my age or older. People who, there's a girl on X, that Katie girl that I want to reach out to. Like her story, you know, she was going to maybe come on Politi-Shock. I want to talk to her, but these are the people that they literally trauma. They're not a lot left. This is what they do. So the people who are now like, oh, boo-hoo, and they're living still in California, like, please.
Yep. And that's what I always say. You know what? Yes, you could understand and empathize sometimes for what people are going through, why they may not want to say something. But at the same time, in my world, I'm a little harsher. If you know and you opt to be silent, you're complicit and the blood is on your hands.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like I said, I think, like, you're right. I think
we can make excuses, but the truth is the truth.
And at the same time, you know, playing devil's advocate, or if that's the word example, but now people maybe do feel safer to come out and say stuff because, like, back in the day, you started speaking out, they would kill you. Some people would get killed. So I understand. Like, look at Chester Bennington and freaking Chris Cornell and all that. What were they about to expose? Yeah, this is what I've heard. I'm probably in the Epstein file. I don't know. Maybe not. They were about to expose a child pedophile ring. Now, this is what I read. I don't have the, you know, so I don't, but this is what I've heard, right? That's what they were about to expose. And both of them committed suicide. Did Chester Benningfield, that he committed suicide? Chris Cornell, both of them just committed suicide. What about that other one? Was it Anne Heche? No.
Oh, yeah. The one they killed off.
Did you guys see that one where she was, again, I think she was either coming out about it, writing a book, something, making a movie. It's so strange. There was a video of her like literally
rising
back up out of the ambulance and like they put her down. It's like, oh, she was Ellen DeGeneres's ex-wife or girlfriend. Oh, come on. Now, where's Ellen DeGeneres right now? Didn't she like go to another country or something?
Yeah.
And then that lady, that Marina, what's her name? Oh, weird last name, Lady Gaga, like the what?
Oh, Marina. Yeah, the
who eats. I remember seeing something about some restaurant in LA. I forget the name of it. And Katy Perry was saying it. Like she
Freaking
goes to this restaurant and it's literally about the dead body. I don't, it's stuff that you're like, right.
Yeah. What the hell is her name?
Marina something Olkovich is some weird name.
Marina Abranovich.
That's it.
Yeah. It's a cult. Sorry, people. It's Satan. It's not Satan. They're a cult. They are their own leaders of their own cult. They believe their own sickness and depravity.
Ew, remember that loser guy who was going to come on the show in Silicon Satan? I didn't want to say the name of his book. He was such a dick. But I read his book. His based on fiction. He was in the Silicon Valley and he was, now I forget what it was. Yeah. And I remember he was so rude to us and he said something like, did you even read my book? It wasn't about Hollywood because I was saying like, this guy's coming on and he's talking about all this stuff, but he was in the tech world, but he was mentioning Hollywood and stuff. So I was, whatever. Didn't like the guy. But the point is, he said it in the book too. I don't want to recommend people to read his book because I think this guy was a complete coward. He was a coward. He wrote this book.
He did bad things and he's trying to justify it by writing a book. As far as I'm concerned, I'm happy he didn't come on the show because people like that, it's like when they say they have cured pedophiles. The only cure for a pedophile is a bullet first in their groinal region, let them suffer, let them feel it, and then kill them publicly. Same thing. You could write a book. Oh, well, I didn't do these things, but let me tell you in detail about what happened. No, because you probably were participating. Not probably. You almost guarantee you're participating. And this is your, I'm going to have my come to Jesus moment and write about it and try to be the holier than thou. No, the only cure and forgiveness is Jesus. So allow us to help you arrange the meeting. We put a bullet in your freaking head and then you go up, down, or wherever it is. Let them decide. That's what I always say. Kill them all, let God sort them out. You know what?
Well, I think, was that the thing? Like, I think he chickened out.
Of course, he was scared. And why was he scared?
Why I was so mad, it wasn't because I cared what he said about me or doubted, my ego was hurt. I was literally like, this needs to be told. I was excited to read his book. Not like that, like excited about it, but I was excited that, okay, here's someone actually who lived it is actually saying it. And maybe he could use all this bad stuff, maybe that he did or trauma, whatever, and talk about it. And the fact that he chickened out and then turned it around on me, like we were the problem.
It was because of writing the wrong bio in a post or one word? Or do you think it was maybe he did 2 minutes of research and was scared that maybe when I had him on air, I'd ask him what he did? Who knows? We don't know, right? He was obviously scared of something being revealed or being judged, right?
Must have been because he was really rude and it was literally like 10 minutes before he was supposed to come on the show. Like I shared a post and said his book.
Didn't both guests that night now come on? I had the wrestler.
Yes. And we spelled his name wrong in one of the things. And I didn't mean to, but and he was like, you spelled my name wrong. You didn't even read the book. I was like,
you're a freaking nobody. That's why, So sorry. I was
annoyed because I did read the book. I bought it, number one. You're welcome, jerk. And I read it, and then, like I said, he had been talking about Silicon Valley, and I think he did mention the music industry. But
he talked about passing the baby around that was killed and everything else.
Yes, and these music
fake. Don't worry,
parties and stuff. And he's like, "This isn't about the music industry. You didn't even read my book." And then he just was a no show.
Yeah.
Ew.
So forever F you to that guy because you know what? Screw your book. The only thing that should find you is karma and justice, and I hope it hurts. So, and if there is a hell, I hope you burn for eternity.
But again, it was one of those things where, just based on the book, fiction or not, he had taken all the money. I mean, he was like, he did it.
Remember, Silicon Valley, Silicon Jesus. They want you to replace God with the tech, with the AI, with the computers. So it's all interconnected. Music, Hollywood, Silicon Valley, politics. It's all one big circle. understand that. So it's fitting that they're all so close to each other in California. Imagine that, as it was designed to do. Look at the history of Los Angeles. Look at the history of California, what it was, what they made it to be, what they designed it to be. Just it goes on and on. These aren't conspiracies. These are things. So it's like it's all connected.
Yeah.
It's all connected. So never forget that. So he's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I won't even mention his name, but again,
No.
he deserves a bullet in the head. So, whatever. That's how I feel. There is no healing. You know what, globalists? I'll give this to you. You want global warming thing? You don't talk about that anymore, right? Because it's not real. We've always known it wasn't real. But what it really comes down to is, population control and reduction. That's what you always wanted. So, I concur. I bend the knee to the globalist. I want to help you achieve the goals that you want to achieve. And we're going to kill all pedophiles, rapists, everybody involved with the evils of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, music industry, politics. We'll start there, and then we'll get to you. We'll help add to your cause. If you're really about it, you should be willing to sacrifice for it, because you're the ones that need to die. Slow, painful, publicly. Bottom line. Hollis is showing you what the microphone looks like, really up close and personal. And that's really what it comes down to, is the fact that somebody has to be the voice for the voiceless, and somebody has to fight. And that's not me, that's not her, but we're contributing. We could all contribute. The first and original renegade or rebel was Jesus, right? Perfect timing, Charlene. I see the chat room. But honestly,
I can't see the chat room.
Oh.
Okay, good.
What is really sad is all these young ones that grew up having to live with the abuse they suffer through. These evil abusers should either get death penalty or never see the light of day again. The scars some young adults carry with them. Yes, they should die. You don't rehabilitate these monsters. You kill them and send them to him. That's right. And then face judgment. And that's what it comes down to. And I don't care. That's why I'm hoping to get Waylon Revis on this show, the lead singer from Killer's Confession, formerly of Mushroomhead, who's in Cleveland. But I love I want to buy some of his shirts and his hoodies, save a kid, kill a pedophile. He has hats, he has shirts, he has hoodies, everything. That's his whole thing. And I agree. And is that preaching murder? No. But these people have this sick infatuation with sexual exploitation, exploiting the youth because that's the closest thing to God. Hurt animals and hurt children because it's the most holiest and sacred. So you do that, you bastardize them, you're blaspheming God. It's all the same. But they don't believe in God or the devil. They believe there's something more than, but yet they do everything in honor of destroying these things and tearing them apart. Literally. So again, the only salvation is death of them. Bottom line. The Georgia Guidestones told you everything you needed to know. We should read a text to the Georgia Guidestones one day in this show and really show what the world was. It was so wonderful. No, it was all about, again, the ideal world's population, 33 million. There's currently over 9 billion. How do you get to 33 million from 9 billion? That's a lot of people being killed. They told you what they were doing while they're doing it to you, and they put it out there for the world to see. 3 decades before anybody even really took notice of it. That's how they really feel. That's what they really think. And all those names on the Epstein list and all those names, everything else, they're all on the Georgia Guidestones. Oprah's on there. All these billionaires are on there, right? They all subscribe, and Ted Turner and Jane Fonda and Soros and everybody else. They're all part of Bill Gates, all of it, right? These are evil people. Evil. And they deserve punishment.
I always said that, and we said that in that, We'll share it. Maybe we'll put it on the post for the members or whatever. But Dan and I did a thing.
I wasn't sure if you shared it or not.
No, I only shared little clips of it. But we were talking about that, and I always said it was it's just these people are playing God. They think they are God. They don't believe in God. They're devil. All that they are. They're playing God, and that they are human. They're just like they are human. But they're in their mind, we are little peons, and it's how dare this is me pretending I'm them. how dare these little human peons exist? They're getting in my way. You know, we must extinct them. We must kill the God gene, kill them, viruses. Like, man, these are men. Like, they're not bigger. They're playing God. They're trying to, with AI as well. Like, we talk about this in the video, like merging humans and robots. This is literally the end of humanity. Like, we are the people right now who are the last left. It's people my age, older, a little bit younger. We are the last generation who remembers what it is to be human. And you like, it's maybe doesn't sound as far-fetched anymore, because look at AI in the last 3 years. Now look at it like the speed of light, like 3 years. It was in 2022 when I met Dan, and it was just kind of coming out. It's all the stuff I wrote, the reconnection movement. I'm going to do a whole episode about it in holistics, but we were just talking about that, about how it's these elite people who decided that we need to go. Excuse me. Like, they're not God. They're men. They're humans. Whatever they think they're better, how much money they have, they're just mere mortals, just like us. But they've decided that we need to go. And I've always been like, excuse me? Like, I don't think so. Doesn't anyone else get mad? I know they do, but like, you know, it's like these elite people that think they're God. They're not God. They're playing God and trying to kill all of us. Like, that's why it's just like, it's to rise up. And the best way to rise up is to get smart and stop supporting the people who are part of it.
That includes people even on our side politically that are coming out and acting like, you know, well, have sold themselves. And that's been really the genesis of this whole thing. That's been the topic, the interweaving topic of this entire show, apparently, is why I'm so pissed off at these Bannons of the world and everybody else getting exposed for what they are, because this is their infiltration, the pry off of you, the pry off of innocence, weakness, fears, concerns, whatever it may be. And they're taking from you and distracting you from the good that is being done, and focusing on the evil that you can control, that you can do something about, that you can have a voice, instead of saying that your voice has to be filtered through some magical douchebag behind a microphone. No, I am that douchebag behind a microphone telling you, I don't want you to think like I do. I don't want you to do as I say. I want you to think for yourself, act for yourself, find what it is to be human still, you know? And that's the best way to be. That's how you fight back. That's how you push back against the evil. They want you to be obedient servants. They want to take your money. Yes, we're asking you to donate. Buy us a coffee. Yes, okay, whatever. By now, you know what the hell we're doing. You're watching it. You're seeing it, you know? But they want to take from you what little you have. Talk about how hard it is, but for only this much money, you can get access to what? Hearing some other asshole talk more about what he's never going to do, but make you feel like you're a part of something. It's cruel, and it's mean, and it's psychological operations. It's literally psychiatric warfare. See, I said that for a reason. It's designed. It's mental manipulation done on purpose. MK Ultra is playing out in the public now.
Yeah. And Travis and Charlene said, Hollis, the money will not buy their way into heaven. It doesn't work. Absolutely. And that's the thing. Like, we always hear the saying, my mom always said, it's just you can't take it with you. It's like people just want to their whole life going to possessions, this and that. And it's just like, you know, I've seen people I love die and they leave their possessions behind. It's like you work your whole life for possessions, and then one day you're just throwing them out. Like, it's not, you know, it's just not my, like, you know what I mean? It's just like the people just work for things. You know, when you hear us asking for stuff, we're not saying we want new cars. We need a new car, but like to get around. But it's like, I want a mansion. I want this. No, we want the money so we could go on and talk and do what we need to do. But like, you just hear people, it's just accumulating stuff. You can't take it with you. And there's no, you know, it's not about that. You know, at the end of the day, I remember talking to this guy he's a doctor or like a psychiatric person. And he like was interviewing older people, like right before they were about to die. And he was saying, all they said was, they didn't talk about anything they owned. They didn't talk about the houses they had. They just talked about the experiences, their kids, or that trip they took, or the life experiences. Like, you can't take this material stuff with you. Obviously, it's just so basic what I'm saying, but yet it's so, you see so much. It's like, so all people are focused on. I have to have 80 snowmobiles and ATVs and that or whatever, and I need to have 5 houses, one in Switzerland, one here. It's like it's so unfulfilling and just materialistic. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people are like that. There's a lot that aren't, but you can't take it with you, and
Yes.
you know what I'm saying. I think I just stated the obvious, but it's like that's why I get so mad at these influencers, and it's like, how much more do you need? Like, how much more greed? How much more do you need? How many more followers do you need? How much more do you need? Because there's people who don't have a freaking pot to piss in. Who could barely pay their rent. They have no money. They can't eat. They're eating out of the garbage. But yet you need more. You need another house in Switzerland. You need another book deal. You need another thing. You do? Right? Don't you have enough? It's gross.
I concur.
Hello?
Holy
moly.
See, I'm really on my soapbox tonight, so but it's
me too.
It's important. That's why we should probably stop. Otherwise, we're gonna keep going to like a 10-hour episode.
Yeah, and I always feel bad. Then I don't feel bad, but then I feel like I hate rich people. I don't at all. There's nothing wrong with enjoying the fruits of life, and if you worked hard and you made money, and great. But don't be so cheap with it. Don't be stingy. Share if you're able to a little bit. Greed is just so gross, and it's just I go back to Trump. At least he shares. He's trying to help. He uses money to get elected. He lost a lot. He had billions and millions and all that. But at least he's trying to do something good with it. There are probably some celebrities who do good things. I'm not saying everybody's bad at all. And having money doesn't make you bad. It's just, what do you do with it? There are people who use it as a resource. It's a good resource if you use it the right way. Look at Bill Gates. He's using it to make vaccines to kill everyone so he can make more money. Use it for, it's a resource. Share it. No, I don't think there should be billionaires. I don't think anyone needs to be a billionaire. But then they go off into, communism, capitalism. I'm all for working hard in American dream. I am, but at the same time, it's just greed and not sharing is not good.
We have all types on this network. So my little Dago communist wife there, she's taking down the CCP. You don't even know what I'm doing when I do that, do you? It's
well, you told me. Yeah, no, I do. But I never heard it. Never heard it myself.
So, Hollis is all conservative, but she thinks your money is for everybody and redistribute wealth.
No, I don't. I just think if everything wasn't messed up the way that they do it with the illegal aliens and giving it to everybody, I definitely believe in capitalism. I think if you work hard and
she's not a communist.
No, I think if you work hard and you earn it, you should get, be some people, hey, whatever. Some people don't want to work. They want to be lazy and just get by, and that's okay. Each to their own, So I do believe in capitalism, obviously, and business and American dream and stuff. But I do also believe that we have a duty as humanity, that there are some exceptions where people are mentally ill. They really are. They're whatever. They shouldn't be eating out of the garbage. Veterans shouldn't be living on the street, obviously. We should take care of our humans. And then, I think there's just be again, money falls into the hands of the wrong people, or they steal to get it. There's a reason why Jeffrey Epstein, they're billionaires. They'll stop at nothing to get what they think they owe, or, they cheat and steal. And it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Those are ones that have unnecessary wealth and do evil things with it. They should be killed.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. The ones who, yes, like Charlene said, Bill Gates proves the money is root of all evil. He uses his money to do evil things. Yes. Create a vaccine that's going to kill a percentage of the population. Gee, that's a great vaccine. I mean, his own words. So it's these are the people that, again, justice, karma needs to find them.
Mm-hmm. I guess we'll come to see about Elon Musk. He seems like he's good, but we don't know. We'll save that for next time, because that's about artificial intelligence and all that. I don't know. You think Elon's good? maybe he knows that what's coming with the AI. Maybe he's trying to help, but also that I feel like is he still part of the? He was also part of building it, wasn't he? You know, it's just I don't know.
It makes you wonder. I mean, again, anybody that wants to put a microchip in your brain have a hard time believing that you're all about saving humanity. So, but yeah, we'll say that.
I don't know. We'll say that for next time.
Yes, say that for next week.
Because that's a long one.
Yes, that'll be the whole Aftershock episode.
Yeah.
Our first topic will be the entire part, the entire show.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. All right, Hollis.
We had a good time.
We did. I mean, 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You were on for what? How long were you on for?
I think I came in around 11:30.
I think so. A little bit before that.
A little bit after. Okay, flash or buy a coffee up there.
Oh. So sorry. Wait a minute. There it is in all its glory. Whoops. Shifting us around. All right. You know what? That doesn't work, does it? Well, yeah, it does. So
no, you got to be off of it.
Well, then if I'm off of it, then you're not gonna.
Well, you can't scan it. I'm just saying. There you go. Now, yeah, there
Well,
it
I'd
is
rather
up
you
there.
be
Oh no, you could put the overlay, Dan, the big one.
That's just a QR code, isn't it?
Yeah, but we need you. Just push it. Just the background there.
Excuse me.
Oh, there you go. If you enjoyed the show, everyone's out there watching. Anything moved you, you want to see you want the alternative more to anything we raise.
Wow.
It helps us get more content. It helps us do more things, bring more awareness on our own. You guys know the battle we're fighting, but it's there. So buy us a coffee. We'd appreciate it. And I like peppermint mocha is the best. So I'll be waiting.
I don't drink coffee. So
you could have tea.
Chai.
You like chai tea, and he likes you like the foofy drinks. But
I do like the foofy.
They're very sugary, and we shouldn't have them.
The better. Right now, I don't want to talk about that. But yes,
I know.
So remember, if you were a part of, and you're looking for a new home, you can leave that behind, and you could join the Boom. The bald eagle got bold, baby. That's right. You could come to the VOP posse. Who needs that other crap? You want to hear some fat, slovenly asshole pedophile protector talk to you about how he's going to save America while getting rich with pedophiles? Or you want to join the real ones? Well, we are here. And how do you get there? You get there by going here. Go to buymeacoffee.com/VOPUSA radio. And you too can make a donation. You can scan the code and make a donation. You could buy a membership, $2, $7, or the big one, $20 a month, or pay annual up front. And then
save money.
You have the ability to hang out with us behind the scenes, do special shows, come on the screen with us, be a part of it, actually see the world behind. Thank you, Charlene. Excuse me. She said she loves that. And good night, all. We love you, Charlene, as always.
Thank you for being here. Good night, you guys. Love you. Have a safe week.
We got to talk this week because we got to figure out when you guys are doing your show, because I'm not going to let that go. So I know Joe was going to. Anyway, we got to talk because I want to make that happen. Yes. But we love you and appreciate you. But everybody else, you have a chance to just make a donation to us, help us out, help us continue to do what we do, or join the membership, tiers. And you could really follow us for the journey and be a part of it with us and get to see all the shit that we don't show people and a whole bunch of new stuff. So there you go. And a lot more shows are forthcoming. A lot is coming. And again, we're paying for it all. We want to bring you something different. So consider joining us. Buy us a coffee. Do what you do. Buymeacoffee.com/VOPUSA radio. The apps, VOPUSA on Apple and Android. Search it, download it. I send out fancy notifications with a lot of time before the shows. Today, it was 31 minutes before the show. I sent that notification. Look at that leeway I'm giving you. 31 minutes, get off your ass and go watch our show. So you're welcome. VOPUSAradio.com is the website. That's where you can watch it, engage, everything else. See all the other programs on there. Watch Hollis's journey. Watch everything. For the Love of Freedom's on there. State of Freedom's on there. We have the Rage of Aquarius on there. We have everything on there. We have a whole bunch of stuff and more coming. So follow us and join us and be a part of it. It's like a Netflix of independent people, but cool. So there you go. And otherwise, if I know people are doing it now, but if you so desire, you can look on Roku TV, Android TV, Apple TV, Fire TV, and search VOP USA. You will find us. We are there. You're welcome. Other than that, I've got nothing else to say to you all. How dare you continue to take up my time? Don't you know I have things to do? I'm kidding. But thank you for putting up with me. And again, there's a shit ton of you watching, even without the the Rumble featuring us. So thank you. And for the ones hate watching, as always, I bid you adieu and say thank you from the bottom of my heart. And because you count as a fan. So you're a closeted fan. Hollis, any final words?
No, just I'm very excited I'm very excited to share with the world the upcoming things that are coming soon besides Politi-Shock, which we love, but we have Rage of Aquarius. We have 2 new shows that are coming out very soon. And they're definitely going to be different. They're not about politics, but about some other stuff. But yeah, it's all coming in the next 2 or 3 weeks, maybe even sooner. So it's exciting. Things are starting to happen. So, and also, put the word out. If you know of other creators, people want to join the network, we're looking for the real people. Send them our way. It's on our website. If you're interested, VOPUSARadio.com. Just go to the sidebar, join the network. You can learn how to get involved, how to join the network. If you're a content creator or a broadcaster, you have a mission, it does cost money to join, but we are also looking for people, who are aligned. So if there's something we can work out or we help each other, that's an option too. So just if you're interested, again, check it out. And if you know someone or, someone out there who might be struggling alone, we're all about working together. We got to help each other. So send them our way. And that's about it. And I will see everybody next Thursday for Aftershock again.
Thank you, Hollis.
You're welcome, Dan.
And I appreciate you as always. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time. It's that time. So thank you all. We will return this Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern time for the Rage of Aquarius live here in the VOP USA Radio and Television Network, VOPUSARadio.com, VOPUSARadio.com on the apps. I said it all before. Find us. Other than that, I'm going to play for you a really old outro because, well, it's there. So why not? And I haven't seen it in a while, but it's still cool and relevant. But some of the social media handles aren't exactly, relevant anymore. But follow us on X if you so desire. We love seeing lots of people come on and not get engaged, or watch us lose followers, or watch us get suspended and banned when we don't say anything. So at VOPUSA Radio on the X right there, X. So you can follow us there, or at Dan Spriglio if you really want to be entertained and see a whole bunch of shit happening, but never see anything I have to say. It's always a good time. On Twitch, VOPUSA Radio. On Rumble, VOPUSA Radio. You get the hint. Anywhere you want to look, you'll find us. That's it. I love you. God bless. Audio audience, thank you as always from all around the world. And we'll see you next week. And remember, if you want change, write in change.
And remember, sharing is caring.
Oh, God. Well done. Well done, Hollis.
All those 61 people in the X, share, retweet it. People watch and they don't, whatever, maybe I don't get it. There's people in there, but no one ever comments. No one ever shares. God forbid.
We have a shit ton of people watching and they never comment. They never do anything.
Yeah.
Not good ones, but
Yeah. But it doesn't hurt to share, guys. If you can't afford to, we get that part, but at least share it. If if anything we said resonated, or you're not into all this, the Epstein things and the pedophiles and all that, then share it. Show you're not into that by sharing it. It takes 1 second. Most of you won't, but I can get really mean here, but I won't. I'll try to keep it positive. For the good people out there, if you're Sharing is caring. It helps us. Share it out. We appreciate it. It's the least you could do. Thank you.
We love you all. Have a wonderful evening, morning, afternoon, whatever it may be. It's 1:30 in the morning almost here in the East. So there you go. Good night. God bless. See you on Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time, and see you next Thursday, 9 p.m. for Politi-Shock as we march towards our wonderful July 3rd, 2026 date, which marks 20 years of me doing this shit. And I love you. Goodbye.
Good night.
You've been listening to Politi-Shock. Politi-Shock is all about waking the masses against the New World Order, the World Economic Forum, exposing the vaccines, actually finding out the truth and reporting it. Shocking. Dan has been a political activist since 2006, holding rallies all around the country. With a stint in heavily censored terrestrial radio, he said it, went online, and built his own network. You're welcome. We'll be back soon. But in the meantime, hit us up on Instagram, DLive, and Twitch at VOPUSA Radio. The website at www.VOPUSA Radio. On the Android and Apple apps at VOP Network. On Facebook, Voice of the People USA Radio fan and group page. And on Twitter at official VOPUSA. The show airs every Thursday night at 9 Eastern. And the website streams 24/7. To contact, send that email to politishock at VOPUSARadio.com. We are your third eye. Just in case that second one closes for a second. See you next time on Politi-Shock.
And come to the damn website.